There's something about the wild that pulls us in. The silence, the promise of escape, the illusion of control. But when the trail disappears, when the compass falters and the light fades, that's when the wilderness reminds you who's really in charge. These are true wilderness survival stories, accounts of people who walked into nature and met something far colder than the elements. Some fought to make it out. Others were never found. Welcome to True Camping Stories, where every mistake has a cost, and nature always collects. My name is Mateo Ruiz, age 32, born and raised in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been an outdoor guide for most of my adult life, certified in wilderness navigation and search and rescue. Orienteering was how I kept my skills sharp. The sport that made sense of the woods, the desert and the mountains. Map, compass, route, and return. Simple geometry of survival. When I signed up for the regional orienteering challenge near the Manzano Mountains last October, I thought of it as routine. A 2-day competition through mixed terrain scrubland, forest, a few canyons marked as off-limits due to unstable rock. The event drew professionals, amateurs, and college teams. I wasn't chasing trophies. I just liked testing precision, seeing how close my estimates matched reality. Day 1 began cool and dry, the kind of morning when shadows stretch long and crisp across the dust. I arrived early, boots crunching gravel as I checked in at the main tent. Volunteers handed out sealed envelopes containing maps and coordinates. The air smelled faintly of juniper and sun-baked pine. Radios crackled from a nearby jeep, and somewhere downhill, a generator hummed like an insect trapped in glass. I met my assigned partner, Lauren, a geology grad student from Albuquerque. The pairing was random, meant to balance experience levels. She seemed calm, confident, her pack light but organized. "You've done this before," she said, scanning my wrist compass. "A few times," I told her. "Don't worry. I'm not competitive. I just hate getting lost." She laughed, a small, clipped sound that didn't quite reach her eyes. At 0900 sharp, the officials blew whistles. Dozens of us spread out from the start line, heading toward different bearings. The rules were simple. Locate 6 checkpoints using UTM coordinates, stamp your card, and return before dusk. Each checkpoint was marked by a red and white flag visible from a short distance, anchored near some distinguishable feature. A large boulder, a dry creek bed, a stand of cottonwoods. Lauren and I took a bearing southeast toward the first marker. The terrain sloped into a shallow basin filled with chawla and mesquite. The map showed a ridge, cutting diagonally from northwest to east, and a dry arroyo branching from it like veins. We followed contour lines, pacing and plotting every few hundred meters. By noon, we had hit our second checkpoint without issue. The sun burned directly overhead, bleaching the land flat and colorless. Lauren handed me a small electrolyte packet. "Hydrate or die," she said. I smiled, even though my tongue felt like sandpaper. Our third checkpoint sat somewhere across a stretch of open desert leading toward low sandstone cliffs. The map indicated a distinctive rock formation nicknamed the Dog's Head. I sighted the bearing, 110 degrees, and we started across the flats. The ground shimmered with heat, the horizon wavering like liquid glass. After about 30 minutes, something began to feel wrong. The ridge we expected on our left never materialized. The faint jeep trail marked on the map was nowhere to be seen. I stopped, shaded my compass from glare, and frowned. The needle drifted sluggishly, wobbling before settling north. Except it didn't quite. It pointed several degrees off, then twitched again, as if uncertain which way was north at all. "Maybe it's the metal in your watch," Lauren said. I took it off, set the compass on the ground, and watched it spin half a rotation before freezing again. "Nope, not the watch." She crouched beside me. "Could be a magnetic anomaly. Basalt, maybe. Or lightning strikes." We both looked up. The cliffs ahead shimmered faintly, dark seams running through them like bruises under skin. "Let's triangulate with landmarks," I said, pulling the map close. I pointed toward a distant hill that looked roughly in the right direction. We aligned, adjusted for declination, and started walking again. But after 20 minutes, the same low ridge appeared. This time dead ahead again. "Did we curve?" she asked. "I've been checking every 100 paces. We shouldn't have." Lauren unfolded the second copy of our map. "Maybe we plotted the first bearing." I wanted to believe that. Human error was easier than malfunction. We paused beneath a stunted peon, comparing notes. Sweat stung my eyes. My compass needle drifted lazily, unable to find steady north. Lauren's, a different brand, quivered the same way. Something magnetic was off then. That much was real. It happened sometimes in volcanic terrain. Iron deposits, old lightning strikes. But usually not across such a wide area. We decided to rely on terrain association only. Dead reckoning, pure and simple distance, pace count, and gut. We aimed for a dry wash visible in the middle distance, hoping to re-establish bearings from there. By the time we reached it, clouds had rolled in from the west. A dusty wind rose, pushing grit into our teeth. We checked coordinates again, but the altimeter read lower than expected. According to the map, the wash shouldn't have been this deep. Lauren exhaled sharply. "This can't be right." "Did we drift south?" "Maybe," I said, though my chest had already started to tighten. "Let's climb out and reorient." The wash walls sloped sharply upward. As we scrambled, the soil gave way underfoot, scattering pebbles like marbles. I reached the top first and scanned the horizon. The landscape looked rearranged. The cliffs that should have been east now stood north. The wind had shifted, carrying faint thunder from a direction that didn't match the clouds. Lauren joined me, panting. "We overshot something." I nodded, though my eyes were fixed on the ridgeline. A faint metallic structure sat near its crest. Maybe a communications tower, maybe old mining equipment. Not marked on the map. "That might be the baseline," I said. "If we can reach it, we'll see everything." We started toward it, keeping a steady rhythm. Every 10 minutes, I checked my compass, even though it was nearly useless. The needle would spin half a turn, hesitate, then reverse direction. Sometimes it froze sideways, pointing toward the horizon instead of north. Around 1500 hours, the wind picked up again. Sand hissed across the flats. I could taste ozone, the edge of a storm. Lauren stopped suddenly. "Listen." I heard it too, a faint hum. Low and constant, like distant machinery. It seemed to pulse through the ground more than the air. "The tower?" I asked. "Maybe." We pushed on. The hum faded in and out, lost behind the wind. I started counting paces to measure distance, but after 500, the tower looked no closer. By late afternoon, fatigue set in hard. My shoulders ached from the pack, my throat dried despite rationing water. We paused to rest near a cluster of boulders. Lauren pulled out her phone, though we both knew service was unlikely. "Nothing." she said. GPS can't get a fix either. I nodded. Let's stay put for a bit. We'll reassess. The competition rules allowed for overnight bivouacs if necessary. We both carried emergency gear. Tarps, headlamps, minimal rations. Still, the idea of spending a night out there, directionless, didn't sit right. I checked my map again, tracing our approximate route. According to my estimate, we should have been within a kilometer of the third checkpoint. But there was no sign of it. The wash we'd crossed wasn't even marked. I felt that quiet dread I've learned to recognize over years in the backcountry. Not panic yet. Just the whisper that something's off and might keep getting worse. As the light dimmed, Lauren suggested setting up camp near the boulders. I agreed. We rigged our tarps between stones to block the wind. She cooked a packet of freeze-dried pasta while I scanned the horizon one last time. The tower silhouette had vanished, swallowed by haze. Tomorrow we'll backtrack, she said. Find the ridge again. Then the start line. I forced a smile. Yeah, we'll reset bearings at first light. Night came fast. The sky went deep purple. Clouds glowing faintly with lightning far to the west. I logged coordinates in my notebook, even they didn't make sense. Altimeter 5,740 feet, but the map said we dropped below 5,300. We lay in our sleeping bags, listening to the wind twist through rocks. Somewhere in the dark, a metal clatter echoed, like loose rebar shifting. Lauren stirred but said nothing. When I woke near midnight, the air had gone still. The hum returned, faint but steady, vibrating through the ground. I sat up, thinking maybe it was the tower's generator after all. Then I noticed the compass beside me glowing, faintly under the dim red light of my headlamp. The needle was spinning again, smooth and unbroken this time, like it had found a new rhythm. I covered it with my hand. The motion continued under my palm, a tremor I could feel but not see. I told myself it was magnetic interference, nothing more. The rational part of me clung to that, because anything else would mean admitting I'd lost control of orientation. The one skill I trusted most. At dawn, the compass finally stilled. North returned, sharp and clear. We packed up quickly, grateful for the direction. Lauren checked her map, pointed toward the rising sun, and said east. Right. Right. We started walking. After about an hour, I checked my notebook. The altimeter had climbed to 6,200. Impossible, we hadn't ascended that much. I looked back. The boulders we'd camped near were gone, replaced by low scrub. The land had shifted again, or maybe we had. When I flipped open the compass, the needle began to spin once more. And this time, it didn't stop. The second morning came without warmth. The sky had turned a dull steel gray, the kind of light that erases depth and distance. Everything looked both close and far at once. I could still hear that low vibration beneath the earth. Not constant anymore, but pulsing faintly in intervals, like the ground itself was breathing. I tried to ignore it. Lauren crouched near a patch of yucca, retying her boots. You ever get the feeling we're walking in circles? She asked, not looking up. Yeah, I said. But circles still cover ground, if they're big enough. We laughed softly, the kind of humor people use to keep the edges from fraying. I was already thinking about rationing water. We had 1.5 liters left between us, maybe enough for another day if we stayed calm. I tried to reestablish a bearing by the sun, though it sat low and veiled behind thin clouds. I lined up the shadow of my pencil along the map edge, calculated azimuth by habit more than reason. We'll move northeast, I said. Toward higher ground. If we find that ridge again, we'll see something recognizable. Lauren nodded. You think anyone else is nearby? Probably, I said. The course runs for miles. We just got pushed off it somehow. We started walking. The desert around us was quiet, except for wind scraping through brittle grass. Every sound carried too far, as if amplified by the emptiness. An hour in, we crossed what looked like a dry streamlet. Except the soil wasn't cracked or powdery like most arroyos. It was damp. Lauren squatted, touched it, then rubbed her fingers together. There's groundwater close to the surface here, she said. Could be runoff from the storm. It gave me a small spark of optimism. Water meant direction. It always flowed somewhere lower, toward civilization. Let's follow it north, I suggested. We traced the shallow bend of the wash for nearly a mile before it vanished into a depression ringed with willows. It felt out of place, too lush for this elevation, a pocket of green carved out of nothing. I dropped my pack and crouched near the edge. The soil smelled faintly metallic. No puddle, no spring, but cool dampness lingered. Lauren brushed a strand of hair from her face. If this is runoff, the main basin's not far. Maybe a canyon system east of here. Then east it is. The hum faded completely as we moved. I kept glancing down at the compass despite knowing it was pointless. It wobbled, then spun half a turn and froze pointing southwest. I left it hanging from my neck, the needle quivering like a heartbeat I didn't trust. By mid-morning, the clouds thinned enough for sunlight to break through, stark and unforgiving. We stopped on a ridge of pale sandstone, scanning the land. To the north, faint dust plumes marked movement, maybe other competitors, or maybe wind lifting sand. There, Lauren said, pointing. That looks like a road cut. I lifted my binoculars. At first glance, it did. A faint straight line carving through brush. But the edges looked uneven, too rough for maintained roads. Could be an old service track, I said. Mining or ranch access. She grinned, the first real sign of relief I'd seen in hours. If there's a road, there's people. We made for it. The descent was steep, loose gravel slipping underfoot. I focused on each step, measuring distance by instinct, counting paces automatically 100, 200, recalibrate. Sweat trickled down my spine despite the chill wind. By the time we reached the road, it was clear it wasn't one. It was an erosion gully, deep, straight-sided, cutting like a scar through the desert. Maybe once used by vehicles decades ago, now reclaimed by weather. Still, it led somewhere. We followed it east, boots crunching on compacted silt. The gully narrowed until it became a slot trench, just wide enough for one person to walk through. The air grew cooler, stiller. Lauren touched the wall as she passed. See these black streaks, she said. Magnetite. That could be why the compasses are losing it. So it's not just us, I said, feeling a flicker of vindication. Nature's glitch, basically. You get enough iron underfoot, the field lines twist. Her tone was steady, scientific, but I caught a tremor in it. Rational explanations are only comforting until you realize they don't solve the problem. Around noon, we stopped for a quick meal. 2 protein bars split between us, washed down with warm sips of water. The silence pressed heavy. I checked my watch, battery steady, but the second hand was jerking, pausing irregularly. I tapped the glass. Nothing changed. Lauren noticed. You think it's related, I don't know. Quartz watch shouldn't care about magnetics. We stared at it for a moment longer, then both looked away. When we resumed, the trench opened into a wide, flat basin littered with old debris. Rusted metal fragments. Lengths of wire, a half-buried post. Mining remnants, probably mid-century. We found a collapsed shack at the base of a bluff. Its roof warped in half, covered by sand. Lauren walked around the perimeter, kicking lightly at the dirt. This looks abandoned decades ago. Maybe uranium survey work. There were sites around here in the 50s. Inside, the air smelled of dust and insulation. A single metal cot leaned against the wall, and a steel drum sat in one corner. I checked it out of habit. Empty. We can shelter here if the storm rolls in again, I said. She nodded, kneeling to pick up something half buried near the cot. It was a map tube, aluminum, the cap rusted shut. She pried it open with her knife and pulled out a folded sheet. Topo survey, yellowed and brittle. This covers the same region, she murmured. See, Manzano base, ridge line, but these coordinates are different from ours. I looked closer. The contour lines matched roughly, but the north arrow on the map pointed slightly askew, maybe 10 degrees off true. A misprint or a different declination year. Either way, it meant this place had a history of confusion. We sat quietly for a while, tracing routes that didn't match. When we stepped back outside, the air had changed again. Heavier, charged. Clouds massed along the horizon, dark and rolling. Thunder cracked somewhere behind the ridges. We should move, I said. If that storm hits, this basin will flood. We packed fast and started east again, following the shallow drainage toward higher ground. The wind came first, sharp and sudden. Then the rain, cold, fat drops that turned sand into slick clay. We climbed onto a narrow shelf and huddled beneath an overhang. Lauren hugged her knees. You think they'll call a search if we don't check in by tonight? They will? I said. Standard protocol is 24 hours overdue, but they'll sweep early. I know a few of the rescue guys. They'll find us. She nodded but kept her eyes on the horizon. I hate that phrase. They'll find us. It's too passive. Then we keep moving, I said. Once the storm passes, we'll follow this shelf until we spot the main ridge. From there, it's all downhill. When the rain finally eased, it left the air cold and raw. We climbed higher, boots slipping in mud. Every few minutes I stopped to mark distance on the map, but nothing lined up. The shapes of the land refused to match paper. At one point I looked back and realized our footprints were already washing away, erased into smooth earth. The storm had wiped all trace of direction. By late afternoon, the clouds broke just enough to reveal sunlight slanting through mist. The sight was beautiful, haunting even. For a moment, the ridge seemed close enough to touch. We pushed hard for it, the slope steepening underfoot. Halfway up, I noticed the hum again. Louder now, not underground, but in the air itself. I glanced at Lauren. She heard it too. Probably wind through the rocks, she said, but her voice was tight. We topped the ridge near dusk, gasping, and froze. Below stretched a valley I didn't recognize. No sign of the base camp, no tents, no flag markers. Just endless desert, broken by a single dirt road, winding through sagebrush and vanishing into distance. That has to lead somewhere, Lauren whispered. We started down, legs trembling with exhaustion. The road's direction was uncertain. East, maybe southeast, but any human mark was better than none. As we approached, I noticed faint tire ruts hardened by sun. Recent enough. Lauren smiled weakly. Someone's been through here. We followed it for an hour until twilight deepened. The hum faded again, replaced by the rhythmic click of cooling metal, the sound of heat leaving the ground. Then we saw a vehicle ahead, half sunken in a ditch. It was an old pickup, 1980s maybe, paint scorched to pale rust. The windshield was gone, the interior stripped by time. But the doors still bore faint lettering. New Mexico State Survey Division. Lauren's breath hitched. That explains the map. I walked around to the driver's side. The door hung open, creaking softly. On the seat lay a shattered compass. Needle snapped clean off. I stared at it longer than I should have, until Lauren called softly behind me. "Matteo, look at this." She was holding a small metal sign she'd found half buried near the fender. The lettering was almost gone, but one word remained legible, Seyon. Gramental Feldi Testierier. We stood in silence, the last light draining from the sky. For the first time since the competition began, I realized we might not just be lost. We might be standing in a place built to confuse. And if that was true, every decision we'd made since morning had been led by false north. The sign sat between us like a confession no one wanted to make. Lauren brushed dirt from its surface, tracing the faded lettering again. Magnetic field test area. You ever heard of anything like that out here? I shook my head. Not officially, but there were Cold War experiments. Geomagnetic mapping, mineral surveys. Some zones got decommissioned, others just forgotten. The wind hissed through the pickup's open door, making the metal groan. I looked inside again. No registration. No tools, nothing to explain who had last used it. The steering wheel was fused to its column by corrosion. Lauren exhaled sharply. So the compasses weren't broken. We were missiled, I corrected. Still fixable. Then fix it. Matteo. She didn't mean it cruelly, but the words hit anyway. I was the one who was supposed to know where we were, how to get out. That was my skill, my profession, the thing that defined me. And now, the instrument that gave me direction had been stripped of meaning. I crouched beside the truck and spread the map on its hood. The aluminum surface was cold, slick with dew. If this field interferes with magnetics, then north doesn't exist here the way it should. But terrain still does. We use the land. Lauren leaned closer. Meaning, stars, slope, drainage. The storm came from west. That's reliable. This valley drains north. If we follow it down, it'll lead toward settlements. She nodded, silent but trusting. We left the sign and the broken compass behind. There was no reason to carry dead instruments. Night settled in thick, the desert air cooling fast. We used headlamps sparingly to conserve batteries, walking in slow rhythm under a blank sky. The moon hadn't risen yet, and clouds moved like dark rivers overhead. Every few minutes we'd stop to listen. Not for anything specific, just to make sure the world still made ordinary sounds. Crickets, wind, our own boots scuffing rock. After an hour, Lauren stopped. Matteo. Look, she pointed up. Through a gap in the clouds, the Big Dipper hung clear. Bright, precise. I felt a rush of relief so sharp it made my throat ache. We could finally orient by Polaris. I aligned the map roughly under the starlight, adjusting for declination by habit, though it was pointless here. North was real again, if only above us. All right, I said quietly. Why follow the valley north, northwest? That should skirt us around the ridge line and back toward the highway. It felt good to give a direction, even if it was half-guess. We walked until our legs shook. The land sloped gently down, and the hum had disappeared completely, replaced by a dry silence that felt almost merciful. Around midnight, we found a patch of sand between low rocks and set camp without speaking much. The stars pulsed faintly through thin mist, and I lay awake long after Lauren slept. My thoughts kept circling the same track. Not fear, but the disorienting fact that a simple human tool, a compass, could unravel me this completely. Everything I trusted was built on reference points, invisible lines drawn across the earth. Take those away, and even a professional like me became guesswork. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of the spinning needle, not frantic now, just endless rotation, slow as breath. Morning came pale and colorless. We shared the last of our water and started down the valley again. The terrain flattened into an open plain scattered with basalt boulders, black against tan sand. The sun rose behind us, giving us something solid to steer by. By mid-morning, I saw what looked like fence posts ahead. Wooden, weathered, spaced irregularly. Lauren's pace quickened. "That's man-made," she said. We reached them within 20 minutes. A half-collapsed perimeter fence, wire rusted to lace. Beyond it, low concrete foundations stretched in a grid pattern, the ghost of some facility long removed. A single metal pole jutted from the center, topped with what might once have been an antenna. We approached cautiously. The pole hummed faintly in the wind, a metallic resonance that made my teeth ache. Near its base lay a faded sign, half buried in grit, U.S. Geological Survey, Field Calibration Range No. 12, Restricted Access. Lauren let out a long, slow breath. So this was real. They built an artificial magnetic field out here. Probably arrays of buried coils, I said. They'd use them to simulate distortions for calibration tests. I stared at the pole. And maybe they never fully dismantled it. She crouched, running her hand through the sand. "You think it's still active?" "Doubtful. But residual magnetism lingers for decades. If we were walking through zones of overlapping distortion, our bearings would never align." She looked up. "Then it's not us losing our way. It's the ground lying to us." There wasn't anything to say to that. We circled the site, searching for any sign of equipment, storage, even footprints. Nothing. Only the desert reclaiming its geometry. Still, the presence of government signage meant we were somewhere charted. Maybe even near a service road. That gave me new energy. I checked the sun's position, set a rough course west, and we started walking again. Every step felt like reclaiming order from chaos. Hours later, the ground began to rise again. The plain narrowed into a dry canyon flanked by low ridges. I recognized the geology. Limestone. Fractured and familiar. We might have been closer to the main park boundary than I dared hope. We stopped under a shallow alcove to rest. Lauren pulled off her pack, grimacing as her shoulders cracked. "If we find a road by sundown, I'm buying the first cold beer in town." I smiled. "Make it two." We sat there a while, silent, the kind of silence that feels earned. Then, faintly, I heard something new. A mechanical rumble, distant but steady. "Listen," I said. It took her a moment. Then her eyes widened. Engines. Maybe. Could be highway traffic. We both stood, adrenaline cutting through exhaustion. The sound was muffled by terrain, but directionally it came from the west. We followed it. The canyon widened, sunlight glaring off pale rock. The rumble grew louder, and soon I could tell engines plural, trucks, maybe heavy ones. We scrambled over the last rise and saw them. 2 white pickups crawling along a dirt road about half a mile away, dust pluming behind. Lauren let out a broken laugh. "Matteo, that's... I see them." We waved both arms, shouting, though the wind carried our voices sideways. I grabbed my emergency mirror and angled it toward the sun, flashing quick bursts. One of the trucks slowed. By the time they reached us, my legs were shaking from adrenaline. The lead vehicle bore the logo of the local search and rescue unit. A man in a wide, brimmed hat leaned out the window. "Ruiz. Matteo Ruiz." I nodded, too stunned to answer. They'd been looking since dawn. Our failure to check in at the second checkpoint had triggered an early sweep. Another team had spotted our camp tarp from binoculars from the ridge hours earlier. Lauren sagged against the truck door as relief hit her. "How far off course were we?" she asked. The driver, Captain Duran, an old colleague of mine, gave a dry smile. "About 12 miles southeast of where you should have been. Your compasses probably went haywire. Happens near the old calibration site. Locals call it the turn north zone." I laughed once, short and hollow. "Figures," he nodded. "Would tell people to avoid that valley, but the markers got buried years ago. Magnetic interference is still strong. Messes with GPS too." They loaded us up, handed out water, and started the long drive back toward base camp. The road wound through low hills, the kind that all looked the same from a distance. I watched them pass by and felt the tightness in my chest slowly ease. Lauren leaned her head against the seat, eyes half closed. "What could have walked straight forever?" she murmured. "Probably would have," I said. "Sometimes direction's just illusion when the land's built to twist it." The words came out quieter than I meant them to. Duran glanced at me in the mirror but didn't comment. Back at camp, everything looked absurdly normal. Tents lined in rows, flags snapping in the breeze, volunteers laughing near the generator. They checked us for dehydration, logged the incident, and noted the coordinates of where we'd been found. When I later reviewed the GPS trace from their truck, I saw how our route curved through overlapping ellipses before circling that abandoned test site. No wonder nothing lined up. The interference stretched almost 6 miles across. That night, after the adrenaline wore off, I sat alone near the edge of camp, the desert air cooling around me. My compass lay on my knee, needle steady now, pointing north like it had never failed. I thought about how easily certainty dissolves, how the mind depends on invisible lines to feel anchored. Take away a few of those, and even the trained lose faith in direction. Lauren stopped by before turning in. "You still trust that thing?" she asked, nodding toward the compass. I turned it slowly in my hand. "I trust the land more than I trust magnets now." She smiled, tired but sincere. "Next time, maybe we pick a sport with street signs." "Next time," I said, though I wasn't sure there'd be one. When I finally crawled into my tent, I could still feel the hum under my skin. Phantom vibration, probably memory. The compass rested beside me, needle steady in the lamplight. Just before I drifted off, I flipped it closed. Not because I doubted it anymore, but because some directions aren't meant to be found twice. My name is Nora Field, and in the spring of 2002, I drove into the desert with half a tank of gas and the kind of confidence that only comes from not knowing what you don't know. I was 27 then, fresh off a breakup, and a job that had started to feel like a bad copy of someone else's dream. I told myself I was just taking a weekend to clear my head. The plan was simple. Cut south through the Black Rock Desert, cross toward Acadia by dusk, then stay the night at a cheap roadside motel. It was supposed to be a quiet drive. Just me, the truck, and a stretch of Nevada that looked more like another planet than a state. The first couple of hours went fine. The road shimmered in the heat. The radio faded in and out with old country songs, and the desert kept rearranging itself in shades of gold and bone. It was early May, the time when the sun feels heavy, but the nights still bite. I had a gallon of water, a map from a gas station, and the sense that the world was still small enough to navigate by instinct. The map was already creased in the middle, half unreadable from some previous spill, when I didn't care. When you're driving alone, every decision feels like freedom until it doesn't. I remember passing the sign that said, "Last services is 65 miles. I laughed a little, thinking about all the horror movies that start exactly that way. But I'd been through plenty of desert stretches before. I grew up in Reno, spent summers camping with my father, in basins that had no names on the map. I knew how to ration water, how to stay put if things went wrong. I just never really believed things could go that wrong. The problem started around mid-afternoon. The truck, an old silver Tacoma that had never given me trouble, started coughing every time I pushed past 60. At first I thought it was the heat, maybe some bad gas from the last station. I slowed down, turned off the AC, and rolled the windows down to let the wind in. It smelled like dust and hot metal. There was no cell service, just static when I tried to check for a signal. By the time the needle hit a quarter tank, I was on a dirt road that didn't seem to match anything on the map. The lines and squiggles blurred in the light, and the landmarks, dry creek beds, old fence posts, a rusted-out windmill, all looked too similar to tell apart. I stopped once, got out, and squinted at the horizon. The air trembled so much it looked like the world was melting. I remember thinking, just keep heading south. Acadia wasn't that far. I'd make it before sunset, check into some roadside place, and laugh about how paranoid I'd been. But the road curved west, then north, and before I realized it, the compass on my keychain had started to spin. Not wildly, but enough to make me doubt my sense of direction. I told myself it was cheap junk, probably affected by the metal in the truck. Still, I found myself checking it every few minutes. It kept pointing somewhere new. When the engine finally sputtered out, the silence felt too big. The kind that doesn't echo, because there's nothing around to catch the sound. I sat there for a while with my hands on the wheel, watching the fuel gauge drop below empty, as if it could sink through the plastic. The light was changing. Not yet dusk, but the kind of late afternoon when shadows stretch long and everything starts to look farther away. I got out. The heat hit me like a wall. The metal door burned my hand when I closed it. I could see tire tracks behind me fading into the dust. No other vehicles, no sign of anyone. I opened the map again, tried to line up the mountains on the horizon with the shapes on paper. They didn't match. It was as if the land had shifted while I wasn't looking. I decided to walk. I took my water bottle, tied a sweatshirt around my waist, and started toward what looked like a faint ridge, maybe the start of a highway cut, or a power line corridor. I told myself I'd find a road, flag someone down, maybe hike back with a can of gas. The desert always looks flat from far away, but it folds itself in subtle ways. Low washes, soft dunes, ridges that seem small until you're climbing them. Every hill I reached only revealed another. After an hour, I marked the ground with a small pile of stones, thinking I could trace my way back if I had to. I spaced them every few minutes. Small cairns, the way my father taught me. They looked fragile in the vastness. The wind kept whispering through the sagebrush, and I tried not to think about how alone that sound was. The sun slipped lower, and the sky turned a strange yellow-pink. My bottle was half empty. I hadn't seen any road, any sign of a fence, not even the glint of metal from another car. When I stopped to catch my breath, I realized something that made my stomach tighten. My own footprints were the only ones around. But even they looked older than they should have been, already soft around the edges as if they'd been there for days. I decided to turn back. It couldn't have been more than 2 miles. I followed my own stone markers, each one smaller, harder to spot in the failing light. The third one was gone. Just scattered pebbles. The fourth was in the wrong place, a few yards off to the left, like someone had moved it. I told myself I must have made a mistake. That's what exhaustion does. It makes the mind rewrite its own path. By the time I saw the truck again, it was nearly dark. I felt relief first, sharp and dizzy, but then confusion. The truck's headlights were on. I hadn't left them that way. My keys were still in my pocket. I stood still for a long time, watching the faint glow fade. When I finally approached, the lights went out by themselves. The air smelled faintly of hot plastic and something else, like ozone before a storm. Inside, everything was as I'd left it. The radio still dead, the dashboard lights dim. I turned the key, and the starter clicked but didn't catch. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to steady my breathing. The desert outside had gone completely quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like waiting. I decided to make a signal, something visible, if a plane or a ranger happened by. I gathered stones from around the truck, big enough to show contrast against the sand, and spelled out SOS a few yards away. It looked pitifully small, but it was something. I checked it from a distance, adjusting the lines so they were straight. When I looked up again, I thought I saw movement far off. A faint glimmer, maybe the reflection of glass. I waved. Nothing moved. The light faded, then blinked once, slow and deliberate, before disappearing completely. I stood there until the horizon swallowed it. The night came quickly after that. The temperature dropped fast, and the stars came out in brutal clarity. I crawled into the truck bed with my sleeping bag and lay there listening. The desert has its own rhythm. Insects, small rustles, wind scraping over rock. But somewhere past midnight, even those sounds stopped. It was like the world had shut off. I must have dozed, because when I opened my eyes again, the sky had paled with dawn. For a moment, I felt relief. Then I saw it, a new pile of stones, larger than the ones I'd built, arranged right beside the truck. At first, I thought it might have been the wind, but the stones were stacked carefully, deliberate in shape. When I stepped closer, my breath caught. The pattern wasn't random. It spelled the same letters I'd made last night. SOS. But the spacing was tighter, cleaner. And each rock was the exact kind I'd use from a half-mile away. I looked out toward the distance and saw my original signal still sitting where I left it. 2 identical signals. One old, one new. The second set of stones hadn't been there when I fell asleep. I stood there for a long time, trying to decide if I should take it as help or warning. Either way, someone had been here. I just hadn't heard them. By noon, the sun was back to punishing. I decided to walk again, but this time I'd mark more clearly. I dragged my boots to leave deep trails in the dust, set larger stones at intervals, even snapped a few dry branches to make direction arrows. The desert heat rippled, distorting distance. I kept thinking I saw the glint of metal ahead. A mirage of cars, maybe a sign. Every time I blinked, it shifted. After hours of walking, I found a patch of darker ground, packed clay instead of sand. Something about it looked familiar, but I couldn't place it until I saw the stones. 3 white letters, sun-bleached and exact SOS, mine. The same stones I'd arranged yesterday. Every detail identical. Even the small chipped rock on the corner of the S. But there was no truck, no tire marks. No sign of my steps leading back. Just the message lying there in the middle of nowhere, as if it had been waiting for me. I froze. The kind of stillness that only comes when the brain can't yet accept what the eyes see. I turned in a slow circle, looking for the truck, for any marker that could orient me. Nothing but sand, sage, and sky. My shadow looked longer than it should have, stretched wrong across the ground. I tried to laugh, but it came out like a choke. You just looped. I told myself. You're tired. You turned wrong, that's all. But the direction hadn't changed. Every direction looked the same, and the wind had stopped again. When I picked up one of the stones, it was warm to the touch. Warmer than the ground. And beneath it, faintly pressed into the earth, was the outline of a boot print. Same tread as mine, same size. Facing toward me. I don't remember sitting down, but I must have, because when the sun finally dropped low enough to cool the air, I was already on the ground beside that second SOS. My knees were streaked with dust. My mouth was so dry that swallowing hurt. Every breath rasped against my throat like sandpaper. The desert has a way of shrinking time. There's no clock to fight against, no sound to keep you anchored. Just your pulse. The steady drone of heat. The occasional fleck of wind that sounds like whispering. I kept staring at the print beneath the stone, half hoping it would fade away. But it stayed clear, my tread mirrored perfectly in reverse. I forced myself to stand. The map meant nothing now. I folded it and shoved it in my pocket. I decided to pick a direction, east, toward the rising line of hills that might have been the edge of the Amargosa Range, and keep walking until dark. I'd leave marks again, but this time bigger, bolder, something that couldn't be mistaken. I used both hands to drag rocks into short lines behind me, making arrows that pointed the way back. The ground there was uneven, brittle with salt crust. My boots cracked through it as I walked. Sometimes, the noise startled me. It sounded like glass breaking. I tried to hum under my breath just to keep myself company, but every sound I made felt too loud. By late afternoon, I started to feel watched. It wasn't paranoia at first. It was just the sense that the space behind me wasn't empty anymore. I turned around once. Nothing. Again. The same. Just the shimmer of heat over endless plain. Still, my heart wouldn't slow. The air felt heavy, as if I was walking through the breath of something large. When I stopped to drink, I noticed something elsey. My tracks had softened again. The dust didn't hold shape. It should have. The air was dry, no wind. But each footprint looked older than the last. faint as if weeks had passed between steps. I told myself I was dehydrated, that my eyes were playing tricks. At dusk, I crested a small ridge and saw light. Not sunlight. Something faint, bluish, flickering near the base of the next valley. It looked like headlights, or maybe a camp lantern. For a moment, I almost cried with relief. Civilization, finally. I made for it, stumbling down the slope faster than I should have. My legs trembled, but I didn't care. The light stayed still, unwavering as the desert swallowed the last of the sun. The air smelled sharper down there, like minerals and burned rubber. I thought maybe I'd found an old campsite, maybe even a ranger outpost. When I reached the flat, the light blinked out. I stopped dead. My eyes adjusted, scanning for shapes, outlines, anything. Then I saw it, a truck. My truck, parked right there, half buried in its own dust cloud, tailgate open like it had been waiting. I didn't move at first. Part of me thought it was a mirage, another cruel trick. But the longer I stared, the clearer it became. The dent on the fender, the sticker peeling on the back window, the way one of the tires leaned slightly inward. My Tacoma. I circled it slowly. The driver's door was open. Inside, the air smelled faintly of fuel and something metallic. My keys lay on the seat, dusted in grit. The gas gauge needle sat exactly where it had before, hovering between a quarter and empty. For a second, I thought maybe I'd somehow looped back perfectly. That all this walking had just been one giant, desperate circle. I climbed in, hands shaking, and turned the key. The engine coughed for half a second, and died. I tried again. Same thing. A flicker of life, then silence. I hit the steering wheel once, hard enough to sting my palm. Then I noticed something that stopped me mid. Breath, the odometer. It read the same number as when I'd left it. Not a single mile more. That shouldn't have been possible. Even if I'd looped around, even if someone had touted, something should have changed. The dust on the hood, the tire marks, something. But the desert around it was pristine, undisturbed. I decided not to sleep in the truck that night. I couldn't. The air inside felt wrong. Too still, like the heat had been sealed in but not the sound. I dragged my sleeping bag a few yards away, near a small dip in the ground that offered some cover from the wind. I lay there for hours, staring up at the stars. I could pick out constellations my father had taught me. Cassiopeia, Orion, the crooked arm of the Milky Way. But they looked sharper than they should have, too close. The silence grew so complete it started to ring. Somewhere around midnight, I heard the first sound, a soft scrape, like someone shifting their weight on gravel. I held my breath. It came again, closer this time. Not footsteps exactly, too irregular, but something moving slow, deliberate. I reached for my flashlight, clicked it on, and swung it around in a full circle. Nothing. Then I realized the sound hadn't stopped. It was just under me now, muffled by the earth. I grabbed my things and moved back to the truck. I locked myself inside, heart hammering. The window glass vibrated faintly, not from wind but from rhythm, as if something was pacing below the surface, under the sand. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I woke up just before dawn to a faint tapping sound. Not on the window. On the metal of the truck bed. I turned slowly, afraid to look. A shadow shifted across the rear window. Tall, indistinct, gone as soon as I saw it. When I finally opened the door, the light of morning revealed nothing but a new set of footprints leading away. I followed them for a while, half out of fear, half curiosity. They weren't human. at least, not fully. Each print was shaped like a boot, same tread as mine, same size, but the spacing between them was too long. The stride too even. They led straight toward the ridge I'd come down the night before. When I reached the crest, I stopped dead. Below me was another sos, not one of mine. This one was enormous, stones dragged into letters the size of a small house, laid perfectly straight. I could see it clearly from where I stood. But the strangest part wasn't its size. It was that the message was fresh. Each rock clean, no dust yet gathered between them. And at the center, sitting neatly atop the "Oh," was my water bottle. The one I dropped miles back. I didn't touch it. I didn't even go closer. My body made the decision for me. Turn around, go the other way now. I walked until my legs gave out, until the sun was overhead again and the heat came back to punish. When I finally stopped, I could see the shimmer of a road in the distance, or something that looked like one. Straight lines cutting across the desert, too even to be natural. I stumbled toward it, my throat cracked and raw. It took nearly an hour before I realized what I was seeing wasn't asphalt. It was the reflection of sky in a wide, flat salt pan, and in the middle of it, small, solitary, almost laughably human, was a gas can. I almost didn't believe it. I ran the last few yards, sand spraying behind me, my lungs burning. The can was half buried but real. Metal, red, scuffed with age. I shook it, empty. The sound it made was hollow, echoing like an insult. Then I saw something etched into the side. At first, I thought it was scratches from wear, but the lines formed letters. My name. Nawar Fayaldi. The handwriting wasn't mine. It looked more like the marks you'd make with a knife. That was when the air changed. The wind picked up for the first time in 2 days, carrying with it a sound that didn't belong there. Not thunder, not an engine, but a low, steady hum. I turned in every direction, trying to locate it. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. The sand started to shift, sliding toward the salt flat as if drawn by gravity. I backed away, shielding my eyes. Something metallic glinted under the surface. The ground shimmered, and for a second, I saw movement. A faint outline of what another truck beneath the crust, submerged like a fossil. The same shape, same dented fender. When I blinked, it was gone. I ran, no direction, just away. The sun beat down until everything in my vision turned white. I don't remember falling, but when I came to, I was lying beside a patch of rock. My shadow was short, midday. I must have lost hours. And right there, beside me, was another signal spelled in stones. Not South this time. 3 letters, uneven but unmistakable GS. It pointed east. I stood up on shaking legs, barely believing the logic of it. Someone had to be there. Someone helping, someone who knew I was lost. It was either hope or madness, but I followed. Every few hundred yards, another arrow appeared. Sometimes smaller. Sometimes just a scratch in the ground, but always leading east. My heart pushed me faster. I started calling out, my voice breaking in the wind. Finally, I saw it, a structure. Low, squat, a rectangle against the pale horizon. I nearly sobbed with relief. It had to be a station. Maybe abandoned, maybe not. Either way, shelter. When I reached it, I saw the faded paint, the cracked signs swinging on rusted chains. Fugues and Supiply. The letters were almost gone, but still readable. My last name. At first I thought the heat had fried my brain. That's what it does out here. Plays tricks, bends sound, folds distance. I blinked until my eyes watered, but the sign didn't change. Filed a guess and SUPPLY. The letters wavered only with the heat, not imagination. My throat hurt when I said my own name aloud. It sounded foreign. Stripped of ownership. I touched the rusted pole the sign hung from, half expecting it to dissolve under my hand. It was solid, rough with decades of paint. Real. The building itself was small, single-story, long abandoned. One pump out front, the kind with the rolling number dials frozen mid-count. The windows were clouded with dust, but I could see outlines inside. Shelves. Maybe a counter. A door leaned half open on broken hinges. I wanted to believe this was chance, a coincidence of names. Nevada's full of ghosts from the boom days. Towns named after families long gone. Gas stations that outlived their purpose. Maybe one of them had shared my surname. But some part of me already knew it wasn't coincidence. Not after everything I'd seen. Still, I pushed inside. The door gave a low metallic groan that echoed like a voice. The air inside was cooler, heavy with the smell of oil and paper rot. Dust floated in sunbeams slanting through the cracks. There was a counter, yes, and shelves lined with old cans, grease-stained maps, yellowed receipts curling on nails. In the corner, a rotary phone sat on a desk beside a ledger book. I reached for it. The receiver was warm to the touch, which didn't make sense. I lifted it anyway. No dial tone. Just that same low hum I'd heard back at the salt pan. It pulsed faintly in rhythm with my heartbeat. I held it there a second too long, until a faint static crackle rose, followed by a single breath that wasn't mine. I slammed it down and stepped back so fast I hit the counter. My chest ached from breathing too shallow. The silence afterward was worse. So complete it seemed to press on my ears. I glanced toward the back, where a door stood half shut. Light leaked from underneath, thin and reddish like from a dying bulb. I should have left then. Every part of me said to go. But there's a pull in curiosity that feels like gravity. I walked toward that back room. The floorboards creaked but held. My boots left prints in the dust, overlapping a faint set that had been there before. Same tread pattern, same size. The door stuck halfway, swollen from heat. I forced it open with my shoulder. The room inside was small, storage, maybe. But someone had cleared a space in the middle. On the concrete floor lay another cess, made from the same pale stones I'd used outside. Only this one wasn't arranged in neat lines. The letters spiraled inward, circling toward the center where a single object sat. My truck keys. The same keychain compass dangled from the ring, spinning slowly though there was no wind. I bent down, hand trembling. The air here felt wrong, denser, humming faintly, as if the concrete itself vibrated. I reached out, hesitated, then grabbed the keys. They were ice cold. The moment my fingers closed around them, the hum stopped. The silence that followed was instant and absolute. Then, from somewhere outside, I heard the faint sputter of an engine turning over. I ran. The door banged against the wall as I pushed through. The sound of the engine came again, weak, uneven, like an old motor coughing awake. I stumbled into the sunlight, blinking hard. The heat hit me like a wave. My truck sat 20 yards from the station, idling. Dust lifting from beneath its tires, exhaust curling faintly in the still air. I walked toward it, one step at a time. My keys dangled uselessly in my grip. The driver's door was open. The radio was on, faint static whispering through the speakers. The odometer still hadn't changed. I climbed in. The seat was warm, like someone had just been there. I turned the ignition on instinct. It didn't resist. The engine hummed steady now. smooth and low. For a minute, I just sat there, gripping the wheel, staring out at the endless horizon. A thought kept circling my head like a vulture. What if you don't drive? What if that's part of it? But I couldn't stay. Not after the station, not after the spiral. I shifted into drive and pressed the pedal. The tires rolled easy over the sand, like the desert had been waiting for me to move again. The landscape unfolded the same as before. Low scrub, salt crust, scattered rock. I followed what looked like an old service road etched faintly into the plain. It felt like progress, even if I didn't know where it led. After an hour, I saw power lines, thin, distant threads slicing across the sky. Civilization. My heart stuttered in my chest. I followed them. Mile after mile, the hum of the truck a comfort against the void. When I reached the poles, I realized they weren't power lines at all. They were fence posts, dead, rotted, half-fallen, and there, just beyond them, was another truck. Silver, same make, same dents. Parked at an angle in the sand, door open. I slowed, confusion turning to nausea. The plates were identical. The back window even had the same cracked sticker I'd been meaning to peel off. I got out, leaving the engine running. My boots crunched over the ground as I approached. The other truck was coated in a fine layer of pale dust. When I looked inside, my stomach dropped. A sleeping bag, a half-empty water bottle. My jacket folded on the passenger seat. Everything exactly as I'd left it the first night. I backed away, shaking my head.
No.
I whispered. No, I drove. I drive me. My engine sputtered once, twice, then went quiet. The desert went still again. Something shifted in the air. A faint shimmer like heat mirage, but cooler, sharper. The horizon bent. And for the first time since this began, I noticed how the light didn't move like normal sunlight. It pulsed slow and rhythmic, as if matching a heartbeat not my own. I stumbled backward until I hit the side of the other truck. My hand brushed the metal. It was warm, thrumming faintly. The hum I'd heard through the phone, under the sand, through the keys. It was here, vibrating up through the chassis like something alive inside it. Then a noise, soft but close. Gravel crunching. I turned. Someone stood about 30 feet away. Hard to see through the haze. A woman, hair matted from heat, clothes dusty, skin burned red. Her arms hung limp at her sides. She looked like me. No, not like me. Was me. Same jacket. Same boots. Same sweat-streaked face. She didn't move at first. Just stared, expression blank, eyes unfocused. Then she tilted her head slowly. The way you do when you're trying to recognize a reflection that doesn't match anymore. I couldn't move. Every muscle locked. My mouth opened but no sound came. The wind carried nothing but the hum between us. Then she took one step forward and vanished. Not in a blink. More like the desert swallowed her, light folding in until there was only air where she'd been. I don't remember running. Only that I ended up back behind the wheel, slamming the door and turning the key until the engine roared back to life. I drove without direction, without map, the horizon spinning in all directions. The compass on my keychain whipped endlessly, never settling. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. The desert kept looping, same rocks, same dry bushes, same stretch of cracked earth. The sun refused to move lower. I felt myself drifting in and out, the line between driving and dreaming gone. When I finally saw the highway, I almost didn't believe it. Asphalt, painted lines, signs. A car passed in the distance, a flash of color. I screamed for help, honking the horn until my throat gave out. I don't remember pulling onto the pavement, but I must have. The next thing I knew, I was parked outside a diner on the edge of Beatty. The engine silent, my hands locked around the steering wheel. The waitress said she'd seen me roll in an hour before, just sitting there. I must have looked bad, because she didn't even ask for money before handing me water. I told her I'd gotten lost off the back roads north of town. She just nodded. Said it happens all the time out here. When I went to pay and head back out, she pointed to my truck through the window. "Funny," she said. "Thought I saw you drive in with half a tank, but that gauge hasn't moved since." She was right. It still read exactly halfway. Same as the day I left. I never found the road I'd taken. I went back once, months later, with a ranger friend who knew the terrain better than anyone. We drove for hours. Nothing, no old gas station, no duplicate truck, no SOS. Just miles of salt flat and silence. He told me I must have gotten turned around near the dry lakes, maybe hallucinated from dehydration. Said half the desert's built on mirages and bad bearings. I wanted to believe him. But last year, someone sent me a photo from a hiking blog. 2 travelers who'd gone off-route north of Beatty. They'd found a rusted-out pump and a crumbling sign half, buried in sand. The letters still faintly visible through the dust. Filed GS and SUPPLY, and next to it, carved into the ground in white stones, one word: Knower. My name is Isla Reed, and I was 29 when I took the monitoring post on Barren Isle, a speck of rock and spruce about 6 miles off the coast of Penobscot Bay. The state called it uninhabited, but that wasn't quite true. Each summer, a few of us rotated out here for environmental data collection. Wave sensors, weather logs, migratory bird counts. By September, most of the work was done, and the island went silent again except for gulls and the occasional trawler passing too far offshore to see my hand wave back. The posting was meant to last 2 weeks. I'd volunteered for the tail end of the season, a chance to earn extra pay before winter closed in. I arrived by skiff with the last supply: canned food, propane, fresh batteries, and a replacement radio transceiver that, according to the Coastal Operations Office, was temperamental but serviceable. That phrase ended up haunting me more than I could have guessed. The cabin itself sat on a rise above the rocky cove, painted a faded red that looked more pink than anything against the gray Atlantic. It had 1 room, 2 bunks, and a narrow desk beneath the single window facing east. From there, I could see the weather buoy, bobbing about half a mile out, marking the edge of the data zone. Beyond it stretched the storm line, not a term from any map, just what the previous observer, a man named Keene, had scrawled in the margin of his field notes. Avoid staying past the storm line. I'd laughed when I read it, assuming he meant the literal front of bad weather sweeping in from the Atlantic. My first 3 days were uneventful. I checked instruments, logged barometric readings, transmitted data bursts through the radio at 0900 and 1700 hours. The signal wasn't strong, but it got through. A faint crackle of confirmation from the mainland relay. At night, I cooked on the small propane stove and listened to the hiss of wind against the boards. There's a strange comfort in isolation when it's still a choice. On the 4th morning, the sky had a different kind of color. Pale, metallic, and tight, like the air before thunder, but without warmth. The gulls stayed grounded. I spent the day stowing gear and weighing down the solar panels with rocks. The forecast from the office said a storm was tracking northeast, likely to miss Barron. But anyone who's lived by the coast knows how fickle that word is. I set extra water inside, sealed the shutters, and kept the radio on the maintenance frequency just in case. By dusk, the wind had picked up to a low roar. It was still manageable, the kind of gale that knocks you off balance, but not off your feet. I heated a can of soup, jotted my hourly wind readings, and went to bed early. Sometime after midnight, the world shook itself awake. The first crash hit like a hammer, not thunder, but a wave slamming the cove hard enough to rattle the tin roof. The second crash followed before I'd fully sat up. The storm had veered west, straight toward the island. I pulled on my boots, shoved open the door, and felt the air tear against my face. Sheets of rain swept sideways through the pines, and the sea below was lit by bursts of lightning that turned every wave white. The generator groaned once, then went silent. There was no chance of sleeping again. I checked the cabin seams for leaks, tied down the supply bins, and tried to re-establish contact with the mainland. The radio sputtered, squealed, then dropped into static. I switched through channels, but everything bled into noise. At 20:10 a.m., a voice cut through. Weak, fragmented, like someone speaking underwater. Station, repeat, you copy. I froze, headset pressed tight. This is Isla Reed at Barron Station. Receiving transmission. Please repeat. Static again. Then a low, steady tone, not a voice but something mechanical. The kind of sound old Morse units make when the key's half pressed. It lasted maybe 10 seconds before fading out completely. I told myself it was interference. Lightning, ionized air, the usual culprits. Still, when dawn broke in a smear of pale gray, I couldn't shake the sense that the sound had been deliberate, like someone trying to reach through the storm line. The next day, the sea had calmed only a little. My skiff was gone, torn loose from its mooring, and likely smashed to pieces along the rocks. The radio tower's top antenna had bent backward. I climbed onto the roof to inspect it, rain still dripping from the eaves, and saw a thin line of wreckage along the beach, bits of hull, a crushed fuel can, one of the orange life rings with Penobscot Coastal stenciled across it. It wasn't from my boat. The mainland had sent no word since the night before. I rationed breakfast, fixed the generator plug, and kept the radio powered through the battery reserve. At noon, the wind began to drop, leaving the island strangely quiet, except for the faint, rhythmic hum of the buoy bell. Around 3, the radio flared to life again, faint, skipping, like someone trying to broadcast from too far out. Reed, Isla Reed, if you hear. I answered immediately, voice trembling. Copy. This is Reed. I hear you. Identify yourself. We line, repeat. Don't cross the... The rest disintegrated into static. I adjusted the tuner, flipped channels, nothing. The words echoed in my head, don't cross the line. That night I barely slept. The lantern hissed beside the bunk, the flame shrinking and swelling with each draft. Every few hours I got up to listen again. Once around 2 a.m., I heard another burst. Not speech this time, but a pattern of tones. 3 long, 2 short, repeated twice. It sounded almost like distress code, but not any standardized SOS I knew. At sunrise, I hiked to the far side of the island, where the cliffs dropped sharply to the water. From that vantage point, you could see several miles of open ocean, and on a clear day, even the faint line of the mainland ridge. Today, though, there was nothing but haze. Then I noticed something else about half a mile beyond the buoy. A dark shape floating low in the water, partly obscured by fog. It looked like a small vessel. Maybe a dinghy, maybe a wrecked skiff. Through the binoculars, I caught a glimpse of bright orange plastic, same as the life ring on the beach. If someone had gone down in the storm, they could have drifted toward the island. But if so, where were they now? I hiked down to the cove, clambering over slick rock. The air smelled of seaweed and diesel. I waited for the tide to fall, hoping debris might wash closer. Around noon, something did. A section of fiberglass hull cracked open, and a sealed plastic container wedged inside. I pried it loose and carried it back up. Inside was a handheld radio, the older analog type used for emergency boats, still half charged. The tag on the back read "Property of Maine Maritime Institute." I turned it on. Static, then a whisper, faint but unmistakable. "Isla, do you read me?" I froze. The voice sounded human, but too slow, as though dragged through mud. "Yes. Who is this?" "Help shoreline." "Say again." "Stormline." Then silence. I sat there staring at the little unit, the speaker crackling with after echoes. My hands had gone cold. I checked the back frequency. It was broadcasting on channel 16, the universal distress line. But no official calls were active on that channel, according to the logbook. Whoever was speaking wasn't on the network anymore. That evening I tried again. No response. Only once did I hear something that wasn't my own breathing. A faint tapping, irregular but distinct, like someone knocking against metal in the background of the static. Over the next day, I combed the island for any sign of landing. Footprints, debris, anything. Nothing but driftwood and gull tracks. Yet at night, when the wind paused, I could swear I heard distant voices over the water. Not shouting, more like murmuring. A rhythmic exchange I couldn't parse. By the fifth night, the food supply had dipped low, and the generator fuel was down to a third. I radioed the mainland again at 1700 hours. No reply. I tried the distress channel once more, mostly out of desperation. "Station Baron calling any coastal relay. Do you copy?" The response came 5 seconds later. "Copy, Isla Reed. Hold position. Weather front clearing soon." The relief was so sharp I almost cried. "Copy that. Confirm evacuation tomorrow." "Negative. Stay inside until line passes." I hesitated. "What line?" "Static." Then, through the distortion, the voice shifted. Same tone, but slower. "Don't cross the storm line." The connection died. I sat there a long while, headset still pressed against my ear, the room dim except for the lantern. Outside, the surf had grown restless again, the pattern irregular, like multiple tides colliding at once. By midnight, the rain returned, but softer this time. Not the hammering of the first storm, more like steady breathing. The radio hissed on the desk, picking up faint weather chatter. Somewhere in the static, I caught what sounded like another voice, quieter than before. Help us, it's dark under the line." The words barely formed, fading before I could answer. I switched frequencies, searching, but the sound didn't return. Only the background hum remained, that low mechanical tone that sometimes preceded the transmissions. It pulsed every few seconds, steady as a heartbeat. When I looked outside again, the horizon had vanished. The sea and sky were one unbroken sheet of gray. The buoy bell was silent, and for the first time since the storm began, the wind had stopped completely. That was when I realized the radio wasn't just receiving. It was echoing something. Every time I spoke, the hiss changed pitch, as if the island itself were replying. And somewhere beyond the fog, just past where the boy should have been, a faint light flickered once, twice, then stayed on, a dull orange glow swaying with the sea. I didn't know yet if it meant help, or if it was what Keene had called the line. But by then, the tide had already started rising again. The light was still there when I woke. If I'd slept at all. It burned low against the fog, dull and steady, like a lantern half submerged. I watched it through the window, until my eyes blurred, trying to convince myself it was just a buoy light that had drifted. But the buoy had never glowed orange. Its beacon was white, programmed to blink in pairs. This light pulsed slow, one long, one short, again and again, as if signaling. By morning, the fog had thickened enough to hide everything past the tree line. The air smelled metallic, and the silence pressed down until I could hear the tick of the barometer needle. I kept the radio on while I brewed coffee from the last of the grounds. Static filled the room like the hum of insects, and every so often it swelled, thinned, then shifted to that same faint rhythm I'd heard before. 3 long, 2 short. I couldn't ignore it any longer. The protocol manual said not to attempt water recovery alone, but it also said to investigate potential distress within visual range. I packed a rope, flashlight, and the spare flares, wrapped the radio in a waterproof bag, and started down toward the cove. The tide was higher than I expected. The shoreline had narrowed to a thin band of slick rock, seaweed slapping at my boots. I waited for a break in the swells, then climbed out along the point where the view opened east. The fog parted for a heartbeat, and I saw the light again. Closer now, less than half a mile offshore, bobbing in the troughs. It wasn't moving with the current. It was anchored. The wind carried a sound with it, soft but clear, a short, mechanical beep, then another, the same pulse. I shouted, "Is anyone out there?" No answer, but the light blinked once in reply. My throat went dry. It could have been coincidence. A buoy caught on rock. But I'd been out here too long to believe in that kind of luck. I scanned the rocks for debris or a line I could rig across, but the surf was too strong. The only way to reach the light would be with the skiff, and that was splintered across the beach. By the time I climbed back up to the cabin, the fog had swallowed the entire horizon again. I switched on the emergency band, but the only voice that came through was faint and warped, repeating the same phrase in a loop. Hold position. Wait for clearance. Then, softer beneath it, another whisper, so low I almost missed it. Under the line, hurry. That day dragged like wet rope. The rain came in pulses, short squalls that blurred the window. I tried reading the maintenance log to distract myself, but every page led back to Keene's handwriting. Near the end, one entry stood out, dated only October 14, second storm. Heard voices on channel 16, same pattern as before. Tried answering. They echo back wrong. If anyone reads this, don't answer after the 3rd pulse. The next page was blank, except for a single line at the bottom. They come through the break. I closed the book. The date he'd written matched the calendar week I was in now. By dusk, the rain had eased enough to see the shore again. The light was closer. Definitely closer. Maybe 200 yards off the point. Just past the outer rocks. The color had changed from orange to a pale, almost human yellow. It bobbed with each wave like a lantern had at arm's length. The radio crackled once. Read. I lunged for the mic. This is Reed. Who is calling? Static swallowed it, then, come down to the water. We need help. It was a woman's voice this time, hoarse but calm. Where are you? Shoreline, north side. I grabbed the flashlight and coat. The storm clouds were breaking westward, letting in thin bands of moonlight that silvered the grass. As I neared the bluff, I heard it again. Help us. And this time it came from below. I reached the edge, shined the beam downward, and the light bounced off the wet rocks. Nothing there. Then, as I swept the beam across the surf, it caught on something pale, an outstretched hand, or maybe just driftwood vanishing between waves. The radio hissed. Please, hurry. I scrambled down the slope until I was knee-deep in seawater. The current tugged hard. The hand, if that's what it had been, was gone. The beam caught only swirling foam. Still, that faint yellow light glowed just beyond reach, steady waiting. I can't reach you? I called. Step forward, the voice said, so softly I wasn't sure if it was over the radio or in the air itself. I froze. My boot slipped on the rock, and icy water filled it. The wind picked up again, pushing the fog inland. For a moment I thought I saw shapes moving inside it. Tall, thin outlines like figures wading knee-deep against the current. When lightning flashed, they vanished. I retreated, breath shaking. By the time I reached the cabin, the light was gone. The next morning, the radio was silent. No pulses, no voices. I almost convinced myself it had been exhaustion. I wrote the report exactly as procedure demanded. Unidentified transmission possibly, due to weather interference. And logged my fuel and food rations. Only 5 cans left. That night, I dreamed of water rising under the door. I woke to the sound of dripping and realized it wasn't a dream. Rain had forced through the shutters, pooling beneath the desk. The radio sat in the middle of it, light blinking faintly. I unplugged it, wiped it down, and set it on a dry towel. The power light wouldn't stop flashing. Not green or red, amber like the sea lantern. I turned the dial slowly. Every band was dead except one. A low hum, steady, with intermittent bursts. 3 long, 2 short. I pressed transmit out of instinct. Station Baron calling. Is anyone transmitting? A pause, then my own voice came back, distorted. Baron calling. Is anyone transmitting? It wasn't playback. The timing was off, half a second delay. I switched it off and backed away, heart hammering. By dawn, the hum had stopped, but the air in the cabin felt heavier, damp with salt. My compass, which I kept clipped above the desk, had started trembling, needle spinning in short jerks, as if pulled by pulses. Around noon, the fog lifted just enough to see the water again. I scanned the horizon and found the light once more, farther out this time, maybe near where the buoy had been. But now there were 2 of them, one amber, one white, blinking alternately. Between them, I thought I saw the dark silhouette of a small vessel. I turned the radio back on. Vessel near Barren Isle, do you copy? Static. Then a whisper, we see you. Identify yourselves. Line broke. Need to come in. I swallowed hard. Negative. Water's too rough. Wait until morning. Morning's too late. The line clicked dead. For the rest of that day, I stayed inside. Every few minutes I glanced at the horizon. The lights stayed fixed, neither approaching nor drifting. The generator coughed twice, sputtered out, leaving only the wind and the slow creak of the cabin frame. Sometime after dark, the air shifted again. The smell of ozone, the faint tremor that comes before thunder. I lit the lantern. The barometer had dropped sharply, the needle shaking. Another storm was building. Then the radio came alive, loud and sharp, startling me so badly I almost dropped the lantern. Read. "Do not respond to outside calls!" Repeat, "Stay inside until we reach you." It was the Coastal Operations voice, clear this time. Relief flooded through me. "Kopi," I shouted. "Status on evacuation. Morning. Do not leave the cabin. The line is unstable." "What line?" No answer. Just a short burst of interference that resolved into a single phrase, the one I'd been hearing for days. "Don't cross the storm line." Lightning flashed outside, so bright it lit the whole room white. The window pane rattled, and through it I saw movement. A pale shape darting past, almost human height. I grabbed the flashlight, ran to the door, threw it open. The rain hit instantly, blinding, freezing. No one there. Only footprints in the mud leading away toward the cliff. Bare footprints. The next flash of lightning showed them ending at the edge. No sign of descent, no drag marks. Just gone. I stumbled back inside, slammed the door, bolted it. The radio crackled again, faint and distant. Islaw, the tide's coming, opened the door. It was my own voice. The lantern hissed. I turned the knob of the radio slowly, half expecting to hear the same words again. Instead, what came through was breathing, close, slow, steady. Then a knock, not from the radio but from the door itself. 3 long, 2 short. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. Another knock, softer, patient. Outside, the wind began to rise. The tide reached the porch steps before midnight. I heard it slapping wood. The knocking stopped. The storm hadn't fully broken yet, but I could feel it circling, waiting. I sat there until dawn, staring at the door, the radio silent beside me, wondering if the next voice I heard would be mine or someone else's. When the first light came through the shutter cracks, I realized the water line had risen another foot, and the footprints I'd seen were gone, washed clean. And from somewhere beneath the cabin floorboards came a faint, steady tapping. 3 long, 2 short. When daylight came, it didn't look like morning at all. The sky was the same bruised gray as the water, and the horizon had vanished entirely. The tide had reached the cabin's foundation. Every few seconds, I could hear the soft thunk of waves striking the stilts beneath the floorboards. The tapping from under the cabin had stopped, but I knew it hadn't gone far. I pulled on my soaked boots and went outside. The air was thick, tasting of iron. Down at the cove, debris had collected in a crescent branches, rope, a plastic crate, part of a wooden door with faded blue paint. The door wasn't from the cabin. It looked older, warped by salt. A single hinge still clung to its edge, as if torn free from something bigger. The radio was dead except for static. I tried the crank unit from the emergency kit. Same result. No signal, no chatter. Even the weather channel was blank. It was as though the airwaves themselves had been stripped clean. Around mid-morning, the fog began to lift in fragments, shredded by bursts of wind. I could see about 50 yards offshore, just far enough to make out the waterline where the sand used to be. Something glinted there. Metal, maybe a fragment of the buoy's frame. I went to check, sloshing through calf, high surf. It wasn't metal. It was the corner of a life vest, bright orange and tangled in seaweed. I pulled it free. The name stenciled across it read Keen J. My breath caught. The man whose notes I'd been reading. The one who wrote "Don't cross the line." Inside the vest pocket was a small waterproof notebook. The pages were smeared, salt-eaten. but a few words were still legible. Storm line breached. Heard calling again. Not echo, origin below buoy. Tried to leave. Tide follows me inland. I turned the page, careful not to tear it. The final line was scrawled so hard the pencil had torn through the paper. IFYUHERUROWNVOIS DONOUT ANZR. A gust ripped the book from my hand and flung it into the water. I didn't go after it. I just stood there, watching it spin and sink. By noon, the sky had darkened again. Another storm front was coming, rolling in from the southeast. I could see the faint divide where the air changed. One side dull silver, the other nearly black. That's when I realized what Keene might have meant by the line. It wasn't a boundary drawn on a map. It was where the storms met. Two systems colliding, creating a standing wall of pressure. A line that shifted but never disappeared. The radio cracked once. Not with speech, but with a deep, low hum that vibrated through the air like thunder held too long. The light on the console blinked amber again. Then, faintly, "Isla, it's time." The voice was my own. I stared at the speaker until it went quiet. My reflection stared back from the dark screen. Same shape, same lips. I turned it off. The rain came back hard and fast. I moved everything I could onto the top bunk. Food, flashlight, flare gun. The water outside had reached the first step of the porch. I opened the floor hatch to check the crawl space. It was already flooding. Something pale floated up, a scrap of paper, maybe part of the old field logs, edges curling like petals. When I leaned closer, I realized it wasn't paper at all. It was a photo. My photo. The one I'd taped to the radio on my first day. A Polaroid of me standing by the skiff, grinning. Only this one was different. The background showed dark water rising behind me, almost up to my knees. I shut the hatch and backed away. For the next few hours, I sat at the desk, staring at the window where the fog pressed against the glass. Every so often, I caught flickers of light beyond it, pale yellow pulses moving slowly across the surf. There were more now. 5, maybe 6. Some closer, some farther out, all flashing at irregular intervals. Around 3 in the afternoon, I heard the faint chop of a motor. I ran outside, slipping on wet steps. The sound was real, a distant engine, growing louder. Relief surged so fast I nearly shouted. I waved the flare gun, fired one round into the air. A red streak arced upward, dissolving into drizzle. The engine noise kept coming. Then, as the fog thinned for a heartbeat, I saw it, a small rescue boat, white hull, Coast Guard markings barely visible through the spray. A figure stood at the bow, waving an arm. "Reed, Isla Reed." The voice carried clear, sharp. I shouted back, waving both arms.
"I'm here!"
The boat veered closer, cutting through the shallows. Another figure leaned out, holding a loud hailer.
"Stay where you are!"
"We're coming in." I could have wept from relief. But then I noticed something. The water around the boat wasn't behaving right. The surface rippled outward, then inward again, as though something below were pushing against it. And the boat wasn't leaving a wake. "Hold position," the voice repeated. The words echoed twice, once from the loud hailer, once from somewhere behind me. I turned. The radio inside the cabin had switched itself on. My own voice came through it again, perfectly calm. "Stay where you are. We're coming in." The figures on the boat were still waving, but the closer they got, the less real they looked. Their outlines flickered like heat mirage, bending with each pulse of lightning. The boat itself began to fade, its bow melting into fog. Then the entire sound collapsed inward. engine voices, wind, all replaced by one low, resonant note that shook the air. The light offshore flared bright white, then winked out. When I looked again, the water was empty. By evening, the storm had circled back around, slamming the island with sheets of rain. I secured the door, though it barely mattered anymore. The tide was already at the floorboards. My flashlight dimmed, flickered, then went out. I sat in the dark, listening to the wind drag across the roof. Somewhere far off, I heard the faint mechanical beeping again. 3 long, 2 short. The water reached my ankles by midnight. The cabin groaned under the pressure. I climbed onto the top bunk with the radio cradled in my lap. It was completely dead now. No light, no hum. I don't know why I kept it. Maybe because it felt like proof that something had once connected me to the world beyond this island. At 20:13 a.m., the tapping started again. Not beneath the floor this time, but from the window. Slow, deliberate. I shined the flashlight toward it, though the beam was weak. Through the glass, a pale face looked back. Mine, the reflection moved a half second behind me. I reached for the radio, meaning to turn it off again, though it wasn't on. My fingers brushed the side panel, and a small light flickered. Amber, pulsing in that same rhythm. Isla, my voice set through the static, faint and tired. You can come in now. The lines passed. I didn't answer. The face in the window smiled. A small, knowing curve of the mouth, and faded as the next wave hit. The impact knocked the cabin sideways. Water burst through the shutters, carrying mud and seaweed across the floor. I held onto the bunk frame, while the lantern tipped and hissed out. For a few seconds, there was only darkness and the sound of rushing water. Then I heard it. Voices, close and layered, whispering just above the surface. They weren't calling my name anymore. They were repeating one phrase over and over. Under the line. Under the line. The radio flared again, light strobing fast. The hum rose until it filled my chest. I covered my ears, but it was inside my skull now, resonant, warm. The walls trembled. The floorboards lifted beneath my boots. When the next flash of lightning hit, everything went white. And then, quiet. I don't remember blacking out, but when I opened my eyes, it was morning. The storm was gone. The sea lay flat as glass, sky clear and pale blue. The cabin was half collapsed, tilted toward the cove. Everything soaked, silent. I stood outside barefoot, clothes stiff with salt. The tide had receded, leaving a high watermark just below the window. The air was still. The buoy was gone. So was the wreckage, the light. Everything. The radio on the porch crackled once, startling me. It shouldn't have had any power left. A faint voice came through. Male this time. Clipped and official. Coastal operations to Barron Station. Repeat. Isla Reed, do you copy? Relief hit so hard I almost fell.
Copy! This is Reed, alive. Repeat, alive.
Grit to hear, ma'am. We're dispatching retrieval. Hold position. Weather's clear. I look toward the horizon. Clear sky, calm water. For the first time in days, it felt real. I went inside to gather what little was left. Jacket, logbook, the photo. The radio buzzed again, quieter now. Hold position. The voice repeated. We're coming in. The words overlapped slightly, one echoing the other. And just before it cut out, I could have sworn I heard another voice behind it. My own, saying softly, "Don't cross the storm line." My name is Caleb Ross, and I've spent most of my 4 years crawling into places most people wouldn't put a flashlight, I work as a geology instructor at Tennessee Tech in Cookeville, and on weekends, I guide amateur cavers through safe, mapped tunnels of the Cumberland. Plateau happened in the spring of 2012, was supposed to be a solo mapping trip. Routine, measured, and embarrassingly close to home. Instead, it became the first time I truly understood how silence can turn on you. The cave wasn't even on official records, not really. Locals called it Hollow Ridge, a low limestone swell east of town, behind an old cattle pasture half reclaimed by pines. The landowner, an older man named McCord, had mentioned it at a hardware store. Said his father once found holes that breathe. I thought he meant a sinkhole venting air. Curiosity did the rest. I offered to take a look, maybe write up a small, local survey for the county database. McCord didn't ask for details. He just handed me the gate key and said, "Don't go alone too far in. Wind changes on you back there." I went anyway. On April 6th, a gray Friday before Easter break, I parked my old Tacoma beside the rusted gate. The forecast called for light drizzle by afternoon. I packed for a short crawl, helmet, dual lights, chalk markers, topo map board, and a Garmin GPS. I had every intention of marking my entry point once I reached the mouth of the cave, but when I turned on the unit, the screen flickered, and I realized I'd forgotten fresh batteries. I told myself it was fine. I could log the coordinates later. The ridge was small enough, and I had cell reception above ground. The entrance looked unremarkable, a narrow split in limestone, no wider than a pickup hood, half hidden behind dead cedar and leaves. Cold air bled from the gap, smelling faintly metallic, like wet rebar. That meant circulation deeper down. A good sign of an extended system. I crouched, clipped my headlamp on, and called into the dark. My voice came back warped, smaller. The sound of my own echo bothered me more than I expected. Inside, the passage sloped sharply, carved by some ancient underground stream. The floor was coated with fine silt, each step whispering under my boots. I dropped a line of orange chalk marks on the right-hand wall every 20 feet, habit drilled from years of guiding others. Past the first chamber, the air tightened. It wasn't a lack of oxygen yet, just a change, like the cave had pulled its breath in. I passed small formations, dripstone ribs, soda straws, tiny flowstone sheets glittering under my lamp. In any other trip, I'd have taken photos, maybe a short measurement. Instead, I felt an odd impatience, as if the ridge were urging me to keep descending. After 20 minutes of low crawl, the passage widened enough to stand. My boots slid in old clay. I took a sip of water, turned, and looked back. My chalk marks gleamed faintly in the light, but they seemed sparse. I'd covered more distance than I realized. That realization should have made me pause. It didn't. I squeezed through a wedge, where two walls met like pressed palms, scraping my pack. Beyond it, the air felt stiller, heavier. My second lamp beam cut across the ground and froze on what looked like a narrow vertical pit, maybe 8 feet wide. Impossible to see the bottom. I tossed a pebble. 3 seconds before it clicked. I noted that depth mentally, knelt beside it, and saw old anchor holes drilled into the rock. Someone had rigged this before me. Years ago, judging by the mineral crust in the bolts. Hollow Ridge wasn't untouched after all. I clipped a short rope to a natural loop of rock, set my harness, and descended. The shaft went 30 feet, then flared into another tunnel. My boots landed in cold mud. Down there, all noise flattened, the way deep air does when it has nowhere left to go. I switched off my light just once, testing the dark. Absolute. I could hear my own heartbeat in my teeth. I told myself to do one last chamber and head out. That's always the lie. One more turn, one more look. The tunnel curved in a slow arc, maybe 100 feet long. The floor dropped unevenly, the ceiling lower each step. My shoulders brushed the stone. I moved sideways, lamp beam jittering on slick walls. The passage constricted until only my chest could fit. I exhaled, pushed through, and realized the rock ahead funneled tighter. An uncharted squeeze. I'd done worse, but not alone. My gut said turn back. My pride said otherwise. I removed my pack, shoved it ahead, and slid forward inch by inch. My elbows squeaked on limestone. After 2 body lengths, the floor tilted downward again, narrowing more sharply. I felt the press of stone against my ribs. When I tried to inhale, my chest caught on rock. That tiny panic came fast. The ancient instinct when your body senses no room to expand. I froze, exhaled slowly, and tried to back up. The helmet scraped the ceiling. My boot heel snagged on a lip. That's when I realized how quiet it truly was. Not silent. Silence implies space. This was the kind of quiet that filled everything, leaving no gap for sound. I told myself I'd just gone too far forward without gouging the angle. I reached back, found purchase on the floor, and inched myself a few centimeters. Then the lamp flickered. Not out, just dimmed to a pulse. I slapped the casing. Mud had smeared the sensor. I cleaned it, and the beam steadied. My pulse didn't. Backing out of a tight passage is harder than entering. Every inch of movement works against muscle memory. I turned my head awkwardly, trying to gauge the distance I'd crawled. My chalk marks had vanished. I'd rubbed them off sliding through. I called out once, voice muffled by stone. More to test acoustics than seek help. The echo didn't return. I tried again, louder. Test! 1! Nothing. I stayed still until I felt my heartbeat slow. That helped. You have to talk to yourself down there. Clear tone, no panic words. So I did. You can back out, Ross. Elbows first, shift your hips, don't rush it. I started moving again. For a moment, it worked, until the floor below my left knee gave slightly. Not collapse, but soft, mud over void. My hand pressed the wall. Feeling faint vibration. Maybe runoff water deeper down. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but I could sense air movement below. Hollow ridge, indeed. I realized then what McCord had meant, holes that breathe. I shifted my weight carefully to the right side. The clay under me trembled. The next exhale triggered a faint crumble, like dry sugar giving way. Then came the dull, hollow sound beneath. Air pocket collapsing. My stomach dropped with it. I lunged backward, scraping my shoulder raw, dragging my body by friction. The floor behind caved slightly, releasing a cool gust that blew past my face. My headlamp caught a sudden drop, beneath where my chest had been seconds ago. A small shaft plunging vertical, black as a drilled eye. For several breaths I didn't move. The rock dust clung to sweat. My helmet strap trembled against my jaw. I stared at that hole, wide enough to swallow a man. If I'd pushed forward another foot, I'd be gone, wedged or worse. When my nerves steadied, I wriggled back until I could finally rotate one shoulder. The motion freed my ribs enough to inhale properly. It took almost 10 minutes to reverse through the squeeze, each inch scraped from willpower. I scraped backward into the tunnel where I could kneel. My whole shirt was streaked in clay, arms shaking. That's when I checked my wristwatch. 4:32 p.m. I'd been underground barely 2 hours. I turned to follow my chalk trail out. but the first wall was smooth. Nothing. No orange marks, no scuffs from my boots. Just undisturbed limestone. I swept the lamp across both sides. Nothing. My mind ran through possibilities. I'd missed a side tunnel, turned the wrong way, or somehow rubbed off my own trail. It should have been impossible. I kept calm the way training teaches you. Controlled breathing, slow thinking. Retrace logic. I muttered. One descent shaft, one left arc, one squeeze. But the chamber behind me didn't match the mental map. It was slightly taller, the floor flatter, the slope gentler. I hadn't noticed any branch before, but caves can play tricks on memory. Identical formations, mirrored slopes. I took a sip of water, marked the current wall again, bright orange this time, and walked 30 feet forward to scout. The tunnel widened, revealing a low pool at the center mirror, still. I stopped there. My own reflection stared back, distorted by the beam glare. For a second, it looked like someone else crouched behind me. But that was just light scatter. I blinked it away. The problem wasn't ghosts. The problem was the compass. I took it out and set it level. The needle spun twice before settling south, southwest. That was wrong. Entry had been roughly west, northwest, which should have been the direction out. I turned the compass slowly, waiting for it to stabilize. It jittered again, pointing southeast now. Either I was surrounded by magnetite veins, or the rock here carried heavy iron content. Either way, my only directional tool was useless. I felt a slow, familiar chill that had nothing to do with air temperature. Underground, disorientation doesn't hit you like fear. It creeps in as realization that the world above no longer exists in any measurable direction. I switched off the lamp to test airflow. A faint current brushed my left cheek. I turned my head right. Nothing. That meant movement came from left. Air moves toward exits, generally. It was the best clue I had. I turned my lamp back on, chalked a large arrow on the wall pointing left, and began walking, one hand on limestone, careful to mark every corner this time. The slope rose slightly, giving me hope. Each breath felt drier. I thought I smelled surface air, faint with pine. After 10 minutes, the tunnel split again. Two choices, one narrow and rising, one broad but slanting deeper. The airflow came weakly from both. I crouched, closed my eyes, and listened. From the left passage, a faint dripping. From the right, a sighing draft, barely perceptible. I turned toward the sigh. That was my mistake. The right-hand tunnel sloped at a deceiving angle. At first it felt like it rose, but every few yards my boots sank deeper, until I realized the incline had inverted. The walls were closer too, narrow enough that my pack scraped both sides. I tried to stay calm by counting my steps, something I'd taught students to keep orientation when visual cues failed. 1, 2, 3, breathe. Repeat. The rhythm kept panic at bay for maybe 5 minutes before my breath started fogging the inside of the helmet. After the 5th chalk mark, I found a ridge of flowstone shaped like frozen honey. The pattern was beautiful. Thin ripples catching droplets. But what caught me was how smooth the floor beneath had become, like water had once polished it. It meant I was probably walking along an old drainage route. That also meant any rainfall on the surface could funnel here. I thought about the forecast. Light drizzle, maybe more by now. I had time, I told myself. Still, my heart started to hammer with each step. 10 yards farther, the passage kinked sharply left, forcing me to duck under a low arch. I crawled through on hands and knees and entered a chamber big enough to stand again. The air was cooler, damp with condensation. My beam swept across the ceiling and caught a line of twine hanging down, frayed and gray with age. I froze. Someone else had been here. The string was tied around a protruding rock like an old survey guide, a technique I'd seen in beginner setups decades ago, before modern tape lines replaced it. I ran a finger along the thread. It disintegrated on contact. The end dangled into a lower crevice, leading somewhere darker. I debated following it, then remembered my earlier collapse and decided against another descent. Whoever left that string never retrieved it. I turned back toward the chamber wall and marked a large orange X. My chalk was half used already. I shifted my lamp higher and noticed small indentations in the clay, boot prints. Not clear ones, but human. The edges had crumbled with moisture, but the treads were wider than mine, heavier. I crouched, brushing lightly. The direction pointed away from where I came, deeper in. For the first time, I said out loud, maybe McCord's father wasn't lying. Caves have a way of holding time still. Prints can last decades if the air stays stable. But something about these looked recent, sharp in places, almost defined. I took a photo, habitually logging it for later. The flash illuminated the whole chamber, and for half a heartbeat, shadows lunged outward like figures ducking behind the walls. I blinked and lowered the phone. Only mineral columns and uneven stone. I checked the time again, 5:14 p.m. I needed to head back before the upper shafts grew slick with condensation. My water was half gone. I started retracing my chalk, forcing myself to focus on marks instead of shapes. Every cave has a way of turning its contours into faces if you look too long. The path seemed straightforward until the third mark disappeared. I swept my light across the walls. Nothing. Just wet limestone. My last mark had been on a small ledge, I was sure of it. I scanned lower, higher, even across the floor. The orange pigment should have shown easily, but all I saw were streaks, faint, watery, like someone had smeared them with a wet rag. I knelt closer. The streaks were fresh. My thumb came away damp. That single detail hit harder than any echo. I was the only one down here, but my mark hadn't just faded. It had been wiped. I told myself moisture dripped from the ceiling, washed it off. That explanation didn't hold when I found the next mark, completely intact 30 feet later. Selective water doesn't exist. I felt a vibration through the floor. Not like a rumble, more like a pressure change. Air moving faster. I turned off my light to listen. Somewhere beyond the left wall, water dripped steadily, amplified through the rock. Then, a low whoosh. The unmistakable sigh of wind being pulled through a narrow vent. That could mean an exit somewhere nearby. I followed it, steadying my breathing. The tunnel narrowed into a smooth crawl space, the kind that looks manageable until you commit. I placed both palms down, felt solid ground, and crawled forward. The air movement grew stronger, cool against my face. Each time I exhaled, my breath fogged sideways, proof the current flowed outward. Hope returned. Then the sound changed. It went from a steady hiss to a hollow echo, like wind passing across a bottle's lip. That meant a cavity ahead. My chest light caught the curve of a wall bending sharply right, and there, a glimmer. Not daylight. I crawled faster, helmet scraping the ceiling, until I reached a small cavity no bigger than a pantry. At the far end was a puddle. The air flowed out through it, rippling the surface slightly. That's when I realized it wasn't a puddle. It was a shaft filled with clear water, its surface nearly level with the floor. Beneath, My light revealed submerged rock sloping downward, maybe connecting to a lower passage. The current was slow but definite, pulling faintly toward the dark. Caves often breathe through siphons, but the air temperature difference between that water and the upper tunnels told me something else. The other end connected to surface air. Somewhere, maybe hundreds of yards away, there was an opening. If I could trace it upstream, if I could find where it entered, I might get out. I crouched beside the pool, noting the faint bubble line on one side, like small pockets of gas rising, irregularly spaced. When I leaned closer, the smell hit earthy, slightly sulfuric. A natural seep, nothing toxic yet. But even a small change in atmospheric pressure could draw the gas inward. I'd seen accidents happen from that. I stood up too quickly and knocked my helmet against the rock, the clack echoing tenfold. The sound didn't die naturally. It bounced once more. Softer, delayed. That meant another open chamber ahead, connected by a narrow vent above the water. I lifted my lamp and saw the ripple of air distortion. Tiny, but there. If I could widen that vent. The thought stopped halfway. My chest hurt from the crawl. My forearms were trembling. I hadn't eaten since morning. I knew the first rule of solo exploration. Fatigue makes bad decisions look reasonable. I forced myself to back away from the pool and sit. My knee pressed against something firm. When I looked down, a length of rope half buried in silt. Old, twisted, mossed over, but rope. I pulled gently. It didn't move. One end vanished under the pool's edge. Whoever came before me must have used it as a safety line. And it had been swallowed when the shaft flooded. That meant people had reached this far. Maybe decades ago. But there was no record of it in any regional survey I'd seen. The thought didn't comfort me. I turned to leave. But the crawl passage behind looked subtly different. My own footprints, boot impressions in the fine mud, were gone. The surface was smooth again, slick with a thin film of moisture. Like the floor had reset itself. For one long moment I just stared, unable to process how that could happen in minutes. Moisture alone couldn't erase treads that deep. A drop hit my neck from the ceiling. Then another. The sound multiplied quickly into a patter, faint but growing. Rain above. That explained the air shift. The ridge was collecting runoff, and if I stayed low near any drain, I risked flash flooding inside. That turned the crawl space from a path to a trap. I slung the pack tighter, switched both lamps to full brightness, and started crawling back faster, scanning for any side passage that climbed upward. My breathing echoed harshly. The tunnel curved left again, then opened into a vertical split maybe 4 feet wide. I hadn't noticed it before. It looked like a dead crack, but the upper edge showed a faint ledge about 6 feet off the floor. If I could climb that, I might find an upper loop. The rock was damp but rough enough for friction. I wedged one boot into a foothold, grabbed a small projection, and pulled. My right hand slipped once, scraping knuckles, but I managed to haul myself to the ledge. The light revealed a small shaft rising at a steep angle, like a natural chimney. I pushed my pack up ahead, then followed, using elbows and knees. Mud crumbled down my arms, stinging the scrapes. Halfway up, my lamp flickered again. I stopped breathing for a second. The battery indicator flashed red. My backup light worked fine, but the main one dimming this early meant moisture was seeping in. I twisted it off, saving it for emergencies, and switched fully to the backup beam. The weaker yellow glow changed everything. Distance, color, shadow. The tunnel felt smaller instantly. At the top, I merged into a narrow horizontal, slit barely wide enough to crouch. The air felt fresher, faint pine again, unmistakable. I laughed once, quietly. It sounded strange, like someone else's voice. I crawled toward the scent, following it until the ground tilted upward again. 10 more feet. 5. Then the passage leveled off at a choke of stones. Small, jagged, maybe collapsed from above. I could see faint gray light bleeding between them. Not bright enough to be sky, but definite and not lamplight. I clawed at the rocks, moving smaller pieces aside, careful not to shift the larger ones. Each movement drew a soft hiss of pebbles rolling down. I cleared enough to push an arm through, feeling cool outside air rush against my skin. I shouted, voice cracking from dryness. "Hey, anyone up there?" The sound came back muffled. No echo this time, just absorbed earth. I tried again louder. "Down here. Hello." Silence. Then something faint. A thud, maybe distant thunder, maybe footsteps overhead. It stopped after a few seconds. I waited. Nothing followed. I pushed my hand further, waving my flashlight toward the opening. The beam reflected off wet stone, then flicked across something pale embedded between the rocks. For a moment, I thought it was a root. Then I realized it was fabric. Canvas, old and torn, edges curled. I pulled gently, and a fragment came loose. A piece of faded orange nylon, the kind used for caving suits in the 1980s. My fingers brushed the rest, still wedged under a larger rock, and felt something hard beneath it. Rounded, smooth. I leaned closer, heart pounding. It wasn't rock, it was a helmet. The helmet wedged between the rocks was dull white, the kind that turns chalky after years underground. The chin strap had rotted away, and a faint line of black algae traced the rim. I tried to tug it free, but it was jammed beneath a stone slab. I cleared the surrounding dirt until I could angle the light inside. There was a hole in the top, not a puncture, an old fracture, probably from a fall. Inside, a small lump of rusted metal glinted where a lamp mount used to be. I felt for the strap buckle, and my hand brushed fabric again. Canvas sleeve still attached to a shoulder. I stopped breathing for a second. Bodies decompose slowly underground, but humidity here could preserve bone indefinitely. I'd read case studies from Mammoth Cave, accidents dating back a century. My pulse thudded in my ears as I brushed away more silt. Beneath the layer of mud was a collapsed form, half buried. The orange suit crumbled at my touch, releasing a puff of fine dust. No smell. Too long gone for that. But the bones beneath were still arranged in a crawl posture, one hand reaching toward the faint slit of daylight above. I sat back, shivering despite the warmth of effort. Whoever they were had probably tried the same thing I was doing, following air toward a blocked exit. Their rope downstairs, their string line, all parts of the same old exploration. I wondered if McCord's father had known them. The rational part of me said, to note the location and move on. The emotional part couldn't leave someone like that unacknowledged. I said quietly, "You almost made it." The words echoed oddly, short, swallowed fast. Then a droplet hit the top of the helmet with a metallic ping. Another followed. The rain above was worsening. Each drop carried more grit, washing through the narrow opening. I needed to get out before the channel clogged, completely or flooded. I wedged my fingers through the gap and pulled myself higher. The stones shifted slightly but held. The air smelled fresher, pine and mud. I scraped more rocks aside, widening the hole just enough to fit my head. A flash of dim blue, gray sky appeared, framed by wet soil and roots. Evening light. I was close. I shoved again, forcing the last rocks outward, until one rolled free, tumbling into daylight. The collapse widened, but so did the shift under my knees. The ledge groaned, then dropped an inch. I froze. The slab supporting the skeleton moved too, sliding subtly toward the hole. I backed away fast, heart slamming. The movement stopped, dust raining around me. The cave ceiling had loosened under erosion, held together by moisture, tension, and luck. If I pushed harder, I could open it, but it might bring the entire choke down. The exit was right there, maybe 2 feet thick between me and open ground. But so was 100 pounds of rock above ready to cave. I tested another spot to the left, where a root thick as my wrist descended through the dirt. If I could dig along it, I might reach softer soil instead of stone. I started clawing carefully, scooping handfuls of clay and dropping them behind me. The process was agonizing. Each movement slow. Each breath shallow in case the ceiling decided to join in. 10 minutes in, I'd cleared a space big enough to see sky through several finger-width holes. The rain had slowed again, misting now. I heard it more clearly. The soft patter of drops on leaves above. That small sound nearly broke me with relief. I turned to check my pack. Half crushed, mud smeared, but intact. My phone inside still had a faint bar of signal when I checked earlier, though GPS was useless underground. I pulled it out, raised it toward the gap, and tapped a quick message to my friend in the department. Survey delayed, at Hollow Ridge. Send help coordinates near McCord pasture. Entrance unstable. No signal. Message pending. I held it up higher through the crack until the status flickered. Sending then failed. I cursed under my breath and shoved the phone back. The battery indicator blinked red. That's when the air changed again. A pressure drop, sharp, unmistakable. Somewhere behind me, deep in the tunnels, a muffled roar began. Low at first, then building into a steady, rushing hiss. My stomach flipped. Flood runoff. I switched on the main lamp again, despite the dying battery. The beam quivered across the chamber walls, catching motes of dust now swirling in the airflow. The roar deepened to a thunder of water, funneling through distant corridors. The same drain that nearly collapsed under me earlier must have breached. The water would follow the lowest route, directly toward this chamber. I crawled back to the opening and widened it desperately. Clay filled my nails. Rocks scraped my wrists raw. The skeleton's hand brushed my boot as the ground trembled. I forced myself not to look at it, kept digging, ignoring the sting of sweat and grit in my eyes. Another rock shifted. Then daylight burst through wider, rain spattering my helmet. I jammed the pack through first, then my arm, elbow, shoulder. The squeeze was brutal, compressing ribs until I could hardly breathe. I twisted, exhaled, and shoved my body forward until my head broke through into open air. The scent of wet pine hit me, like oxygen, for the first time in hours. I clawed upward, sliding on mud until I fell onto the surface. A narrow ditch surrounded by brush, maybe 50 yards from the pasture fence. My head spun from the sudden brightness. I lay there gasping, rain cooling the sweat and clay on my skin. Behind me, the hole I'd crawled from exhaled a gust of warm air, followed by the faint echo of rushing water deeper below. It was over, or close enough. I pulled myself upright, checked the ridgeline, and recognized the slope beyond. Hollow Ridge's western face. My truck was parked not half a mile downslope. I could see the edge of the old gate through the trees. Relief made my knees weak. Before leaving, I looked back at the hole. The rocks I'd dislodged were sliding slowly back inward under the rain's weight. I crouched close and saw the faint orange of the old caver's suit still visible beneath. The water was starting to pool around it, dark and reflective. I took a breath and said, "I'll report you." Then I set a bright chalk X on the nearest trunk and used my phone camera to record the coordinates from the compass app. Even though the needle drifted again, I'd at least mark it for recovery. By the time I reached the truck, twilight had settled. My phone finally regained reception. The unsent message blasted out on its own, time-stamped 3 hours late. Seconds later, the first reply came from my colleague, you, at Hollow Ridge. That place is fenced for a reason. Locals say a guy vanished there in the 80s. I stared at the screen, fingers muddy and shaking, and typed back, "Found him." Or what's left. When I returned with the county rescue team, the next morning, the entrance was gone. The overnight rain had collapsed the upper ridge completely. We probed, dug, even used a camera snake through the cracks. Nothing. The entire chamber had sealed under several tons of debris. I led them to the coordinates, but without an open cavity, it became an archaeological matter instead of a rescue. They promised to log it, maybe excavate later. Weeks passed. I filed my report, cleaned my gear, and tried to focus on lectures again. But my mind kept looping back to those last moments in the cave. The flicker of air on my face, the sound of that underground river roaring unseen. I kept wondering how close that unknown caver had been to breaking through. Inches, maybe less. I visited McCord at his farmhouse that summer, returned his gate key, and told him briefly what happened. He listened without interrupting, then nodded once. "My daddy said a boy went missing back there when he was young," he said. "High school kid, thought he'd find gold or bones or something. They looked a week. Found his rope near the vent you're talking about. Never found him. His family's still around." I asked. He shook his head. "Moved off years ago. Ridge ain't changed much since." He studied me for a moment, then added quietly, "You're lucky it let you out." That line stayed with me. It wasn't superstition, just the way mountain people talk about land. The ridge doesn't care if you're smart or trained. You take a wrong angle, a wrong breath, and it closes behind you. A month later, I received a call from the county coroner. The excavation crew finally reached part of the collapsed section. They'd recovered fragments of equipment, a partial helmet, corroded lamp casing, and a rusted tag engraved with W. Dalton TN Cave Club. He asked if that name meant anything to me. It didn't. I thanked him, hung up, and stared out my office window toward the hills. That night, I dreamt of the underground air again. Not dark, just heavy. In the dream, the helmet light was still faintly glowing, as if someone had turned it on one more time and never switched it off. When I woke, I drove back to the ridge before sunrise. The pasture gate was chained now with a new sign, UNSTBLGRONDDO Mist drifted through the trees, carrying that same metallic smell from the cave mouth. I parked, turned off the engine, and listened. Beneath the sound of cicadas and distant road noise, I could still hear a faint hiss, like the earth breathing through its cracks. Maybe it was the runoff channel below, or just imagination. Either way, I stood there until daylight burned it out, the ground quiet again. People think danger underground comes from darkness or collapse. It doesn't. It comes from certainty, from thinking the ridge will remember you, that it'll hold still while you're inside it. Hollow Ridge taught me different. The earth doesn't forget, but it doesn't keep either. It swallows, shifts, and exhales when it's done. That cave has no entrance now, no exit, no map. But sometimes after rain, when the air pressure drops, locals say you can feel a draft out there. Just a thin, cold breath from the hillside, carrying the smell of wet stone. If you ever find it, don't go in. The ridge already knows your shape. My name is Barrett Sloan. I was 34 years old this summer. I decided to hike the Maroon Bells Wilderness alone. It was mid-July, a time when the wildflowers peak, and the snowfields above 11,000 feet melt into narrow, silver streams cutting across the trails. I had spent months planning the trip, but in truth, I went to escape. Work had drained me. Denver felt smaller each week, and the sound of traffic outside my apartment had started to feel like a pulse that wouldn't sync with my own. The wilderness, I thought, would reset me. I drove out before dawn and reached the Maroon Lake trailhead by 7. The parking lot was nearly full, packed with hikers aiming for Crater Lake or the 4-Pass Loop. I had something different in mind. An old route a coworker once mentioned. A shortcut to Willow Pass that shaved hours off the main trail. It had been officially closed for erosion concerns, according to the Forest Service. The closure sign was dated 2 years prior, and I told myself they probably just hadn't updated it. That small act of reasoning, half excuse, half defiance, was the first mistake. The morning air was sharp and thin, the kind that makes every breath taste clean. The twin peaks of the Maroon Bells rose in front of me like something out of an old postcard. Too symmetrical, too perfect to seem real. I tightened my pack straps, adjusted my trekking poles, and started up the main trail with a dozen other hikers. The chatter around me faded as the path wound through spruce forest and began to climb. By mid-morning, I reached the turnoff. The closure sign was still there, its lettering faded but legible: TRAL Silos D UNSTBL Rau CK and Landslide Res K. Someone had scrawled, "You can still make it," in permanent marker underneath. I stood there a while, weighing it. The main trail was safe but crowded. The closed one would be quiet. Solitude was what I came for, after all. I stepped over the signpost. The shortcut was narrow, overgrown in places, but easy enough to follow. I moved slowly, watching for loose stone. The grade steepened, and the air cooled as I gained elevation. Aspen leaves flickered in windbreaks of light, and each time I stopped to drink, the world seemed to hold still except for the slow breathing of the mountains. Around noon, I reached a shaded ravine where a small wooden footbridge crossed a stream swollen with snowmelt. The bridge looked half rotten, boards dark with damp, but it held my weight. On the other side, the trail widened again, and I spotted something odd. A small wooden box nailed to a tree, just below eye level. It looked like a trail register, one of those informal logs where hikers jot names and dates. Curiosity pulled me in. I opened the lid. Inside, wrapped in a plastic sleeve, was a thin notebook. Maybe 30 pages left, the rest used up. I flipped through. Most entries were years old. Hikers describing the weather, sightings of elk. One guy complaining about mosquitoes. Then I noticed the most recent date. July 14, same as today. The name written was Barrett Sloan. For a second, I thought I was looking at my own handwriting. The letters had the same uneven slant, the same way the T's crossed long. The entry was short, took the old ridge road. Weather good. Stream high but crossable. If you're reading this, stay on the trail. My chest tightened. I stared at it for a long time, then shut the book. It had to be some kind of coincidence. Maybe another Barrett Sloan. A rare name, but not impossible. Still, it stuck with me as I continued uphill. The path narrowed again, as it hugged the side of slope littered with shale. I could see the main trail far below, a brown line tracing the valley floor. Every so often, I heard voices carried up by the wind. Then nothing but silence again. The air grew thinner, and the sound of my footsteps against loose rock became a steady rhythm. By late afternoon, clouds began to gather, typical for the Rockies. Sun one moment, lightning the next. I decided to push ahead to a small clearing I'd marked on my GPS as a possible camp. The slope steepened, and the trail vanished under a mess of fallen rock. I slowed, testing each step. The shale shifted like dry cornflakes beneath my boots. Then came the sound. A crack, deep and hollow, followed by a sliding roar. The ground gave way. I fell forward, instinctively throwing my poles. The slope moved under me like a wave. I scrambled sideways, clawing for anything solid. My hand caught a root, thin but anchored. The rock slide hissed past, carrying dust and pebbles that struck my arms and helmet. When it stopped, the air was thick with grit. My left knee throbbed. A gash ran along my shin, blood mixing with dust. I sat there breathing hard, the silence ringing louder than the noise had. The trail was gone. What had been a narrow ledge was now a rough scar of loose stone. Looking downslope, I realized the way back had been erased. My GPS still worked, but the map showed only blank terrain where I stood, no path marked. I could try to backtrack, but the ground was unstable. The safer choice, I thought, was to keep moving upward, find where the trail reconnected above. So I climbed. The sun dipped behind the ridge, throwing long shadows. Every step sent small stones skittering. When I reached a small shelf of flat ground, I stopped to rest. My breathing echoed against the canyon walls. Then I saw it again, the wooden box. Another one, nailed to a different tree, same design. Inside, another logbook. This one was older, pages warped from moisture. I flipped near the back, and my hands shook as I found the same handwriting again. Barrett Sloan, July 14. Only the note had changed slightly. Ridge unstable. Lost trail after bridge. Heading up toward pass. If found, don't follow. The air around me seemed to hold its breath. I don't remember how long I stood there, reading it over and over. Maybe long enough for dusk to turn the mountains violet. Eventually, I forced myself to move. I set up camp on the flattest spot I could find. A patch of dirt between two scrub pines. The view west was endless. The valley below had already gone dark, except for the faint silver ribbon of the stream. I boiled water for noodles, but my hands shook so badly I spilled half of it. The altitude, I told myself. The nerves, I didn't eat much. When night came, it came fast. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in minutes. I zipped into my bag, headlamp dimmed, and wrote a quick note in my own journal. Minor slide. We'll find trail tomorrow. Camp to 800 feet. Uneasy. Then I added, almost without thinking, stay on the trail. Sleep came in fragments. The wind rose and died. Once I heard a clatter of rock from above, then silence again. At some point, lightning flashed far away, illuminating the valley for a heartbeat. The outline of the ridge above me looked too sharp, too near. I woke before dawn to the faint smell of dust and rain. My pack was damp, everything coated in grit. I checked the slope. The debris from the rockfall looked fresh, a line of jagged stone cutting across what used to be the path. I decided to move out early before weather turned worse. When I passed the log box again, I left my own note. Still here. Hitting up to reconnect with main loop. Then, after a pause, I wrote, "Will not return this way." The air was cold enough to sting my lungs. I climbed for nearly an hour, following what looked like faint impressions of a trail. Old footsteps, maybe. The slope crested onto a narrow saddle between ridges. Beyond it, mist pooled in a basin like spilled milk. The terrain ahead didn't match my GPS map anymore. The satellite image was years old, maybe from before the slide that closed this section. Still, I thought if I just kept heading east, I'd eventually intersect the Willow Pass Road. Around mid-morning, I came across something buried in loose soil. A rusted metal canister, the kind used decades ago for film or map storage. I brushed it off and unscrewed the lid. Inside was a roll of paper, brittle and yellowed, covered in faded handwriting. I unrolled it carefully. The first line read, "Barrett Sloan, July 14. I froze. The handwriting was mine again, or close enough to be. The paper trembled between my fingers. Beneath that name was another note, almost illegible. Trail gone. Heard rockfall again. No way down. That was where it ended. No signature, no date beyond the same day. I stood there, surrounded by silence so complete it felt like pressure. Wind scraped over the ridge, carrying grit that stung my face. I looked back down the slope, half expecting to see someone. Nothing. No movement, no color but stone and sky. The logical part of my mind told me it was impossible. A prank maybe. Someone copying old entries. A trick of memory and coincidence. But I couldn't explain the timing, the precision of the handwriting, the name. The sun broke through thin cloud, throwing light across the basin. For a moment, it looked beautiful. The kind of beauty that keeps you from recognizing danger until it's too late. I folded the paper, put it in my pocket, and kept walking. The trailhead narrowed again, fading into scree and wild grass. Every few steps, I looked back, half convinced the ridge behind me would shift or move. I didn't notice the clouds gathering until thunder cracked. Close, sudden, too loud. The storm was rolling in fast. I started scanning for cover. A cave, a stand of trees, anything to break the wind. The rain began as a few drops, then a downpour that blurred everything to gray. I pulled up my hood, slipping on the wet rock. The air smelled like metal, ozone. Another flash. The ridge above glowed white for an instant, then disappeared in the rain. I ducked under a boulder outcrop, heart pounding. Lightning struck somewhere uphill, echoing through the canyon. I sat there for a long time, trying to slow my breathing. When I finally looked at my GPS again, it showed my position as blank. No coordinates, just a gray screen. Then I noticed something etched into the rock beside me, carved deep in Old Yeshtewai, ONT Turail. My stomach turned cold. The rain eased, but the clouds didn't clear. I waited another hour before stepping out. The ground was slick. The trail, if it could be called that, washed thin by runoff. I followed it anyway. I had to find a way down before dark. The last thing I remember from that afternoon was cresting the ridge and seeing, half buried in the scree ahead, another wooden box. The lid hung open, wet and warped. Inside, a single page fluttered in the wind. My name was written at the top. The rest of the page was blank. The wind picked up just as I reached the box. I crouched beside it, shielding the paper with my hands. My name stared back at me in that familiar slant. Barrett Sloan, then nothing but empty lines below it. The page rippled in the damp air. For a long time, I just knelt there, rain dripping from the brim of my hood, wondering what I was supposed to do with silence written down. I slipped the sheet into my pocket and closed the box. It wouldn't stay shut. The hinge had swollen. The woods around me were quiet, except for the slow hiss of runoff. When the wind paused, I thought I could hear another sound underneath. Something faint, like a single rock shifting higher up the ridge. I waited, listening. It didn't come again. The light had gone flat, that gray hour when distance starts to blur. I checked the time, 5:47 p.m., and decided to find camp before it got worse. My knee still ached from the fall, but the pain had dulled into something background, like static. I followed the faint line of the path until it spilled into a shallow basin, dotted with stunted fir trees. The slope beyond was sheer, impossible to climb without gear. So I stayed low. I set my tent beneath a fir that leaned eastward, its roots half exposed. The soil there was dry, protected by overhang. I boiled water again, this time managing to eat half a packet of noodles. It tasted like glue, but I was grateful for the heat. The view westward was almost beautiful. Clouds pulling apart in slow motion. Streaks of orange light touching the snow on Pyramid Peak. The air thinned with every breath, and my head buzzed faintly. The start of altitude fatigue. I wrote another line in my journal, more to prove I still existed on paper. Camped near basin below ridge. Weather improving. We'll head east tomorrow to rejoin trail. I didn't write about the boxes, or the handwriting. It felt dangerous to name them. When darkness came, it came without stars. The clouds folded in again, pressing low. I could hear small stones rolling down the slope at intervals, as if something kept testing the loose ground. I told myself it was the meltwater or marmots. I tried to sleep. Sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. They were light. 2 or 3 paces, then silence. Too even to be falling rocks. I unzipped the tent an inch, turned on my headlamp, and swept the beam outside. The light caught the tree trunks, my pack, the empty slope beyond. Nothing moved. I stepped out barefoot onto the cold dirt. The night was windless. My breath came out in pale ribbons. The sound had stopped, but I saw them then, prints in the mud just past my tent, faint but clear. Boot prints, my size. I followed them a few yards before the ground, turned rocky and erased them. I stood there, the beam from my headlamp, catching fog drifting low. I realized how alone I really was. The trail long gone, no one expected to be anywhere near this closed section. If something happened, no one would come looking until I didn't show up back in Aspen. I went back into the tent and zipped it shut. I didn't sleep again. When morning finally came, it arrived colorless. The air felt wrong, too still. I packed up quickly, checking my gear twice, then began climbing toward the next ridge. Every few minutes I glanced behind me, but the slope stayed empty. The path angled upward through shale that slid underfoot. Each step crunched loud enough to make me wince. Near the top, the land opened onto a narrow plateau, a strip of tundra maybe 100 yards long, ending in cliffs. I stopped there to rest and drink. That's when I saw movement across the plateau. At first I thought it was the wind catching a tarp, something flapping. But then it stood upright. A person. They were maybe 200 feet away, dressed in dull colors that blended with the rock. I waved, raising both arms. The figure didn't move. "Hey," I shouted, voice hoarse. Still nothing. I waited, expecting them to signal back, but they only turned slowly and started walking along the cliff edge. The motion was odd, stiff, unhurried, like someone pacing. Then, as fog drifted in, they vanished. I wanted to believe it was another hiker, maybe someone ignoring the same closure. The thought steadied me for a few minutes. I decided to cross the plateau toward where they'd stood. The ground there was damp, moss over rock. I found no footprints, no trail, no sign of anyone. The fog grew heavier, swallowing the landscape until only the nearest stones showed. My GPS still refused to load maps. I switched it off to save battery. By noon, the plateau ended in a sharp drop. 100-foot cliff leading into a gorge. The main trail was supposed to run on the opposite side, but I couldn't see that far. I followed the rim east, searching for any safe descent. That's when I noticed something half buried in the dirt. Another rusted canister. I knelt, pried it loose, and unscrewed the lid. Inside was another paper roll, this one soaked and torn. I unrolled it carefully, pieces sticking to my gloves. The first words were faint, written in pencil this time, one picking up. Think I saw someone near ridge. Below that, stay on the trail. There was no name, but I didn't need one. The sound of thunder rolled again. Not close yet, but echoing. I put the paper back, heart thudding in rhythm with the storm. I didn't want to stay exposed, so I backtracked toward the fir line below. The descent was slow and punishing. My knee gave out twice on slick stone, and by the time I reached cover, the rain had started again. I found a hollow between boulders and set up the tent there, though I didn't plan to sleep. I just needed a barrier between me and the open world. I sat inside, listening to the rain drum against nylon. Water pooled at the corners, darkening the fabric. Lightning flashed again. Closer this time, the thunder arriving almost immediately after. I counted 3 seconds, 2, 1. Then the mountain answered with a deep crack that wasn't thunder at all. Rockfall. It started as a distant rumble, then grew into a roar that shook the ground. The sound rolled downhill, then faded into scattered crashes. I waited for silence before unzipping the tent. Outside, the air was thick with dust and rain. A line of fresh debris cut through the trees less than 50 yards away. If I'd camped higher, I'd be under it. The near miss should have relieved me, but instead I felt drained, emptied out. I went back inside, pressed the wet paper from my pocket, flat against the tent wall, and stared at my name until my eyes blurred. That night, the wind didn't stop. It whined through gaps in the rocks, carrying grit that hissed against my rainfly. Somewhere between waking and sleep, I thought I heard voices. A murmur, like someone reading quietly just outside. I couldn't tell what language, or maybe it was just wind through fir needles. I kept my eyes shut until dawn lit the fabric pale gray. When I stepped out, the world looked scarred clean. The air was cold and sharp, sky colorless. The rockfall above had reshaped the slope completely. The old road was gone again, erased overnight. I was now boxed in by cliffs on one side and debris on the other. I needed to find a way down before weather changed again. Packing up took longer than it should have. My fingers moved clumsy, stiff from cold. When I reached into my side pocket for my compass, I found something else tucked beside it. The same folded note I'd pocketed the day before. The one with my name and the blank page. Only now it wasn't blank. New words had appeared below my name, faint written in pencil. Trail lost again. Found another box. Heard someone below the ridge. The handwriting was mine. I don't know how long I stood there, reading that line over and over. There was no logical space for it to exist, Yet there it was. Fresh graphite, smudged where a thumb had pressed. I hadn't written it. At least, I didn't remember doing so. The clouds were moving in again. I folded the paper, placed it back in my pocket, and forced myself to move. The descent was brutal. Loose scree slid under each step. I followed what looked like a faint gully, hoping it would lead toward the main valley. The map on my phone showed a broad contour below. Maroon Creek, if I could reach it. Each turn of the terrain looked the same gray rock. Twisted pines, fog creeping low. Hours passed. My sense of direction collapsed into instinct. Always down, always toward sound of water. At one point, I thought I heard someone shout, a single word carried through wind. I called back, but my voice bounced off the cliffs and returned hollow. By late afternoon, I stumbled into another clearing. Flat ground littered with small cairns, dozens of them. Each was made of 3 or 4 stones, stacked neatly, each topped with a scrap of weathered paper weighed down. I went to the nearest and lifted the top stone. Beneath it, another torn notebook page. Barrett Sloan, July 14. My pulse stuttered. I moved to the next cairn. The same name, same date. The next one, and the next. Some pages were smeared, others still legible. A few had notes written beneath. Lost compass. Weather turning. Stay on the trail. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the stones. The air seemed heavier there, thick with the smell of wet earth and something faintly metallic. I didn't stay long enough to count how many cairns there were. Maybe 30, maybe more. I turned and walked until my legs trembled. When I finally stopped, dusk had already swallowed the upper ridges. I pitched the tent again, without thought, hands working on their own. As the light died, I opened my journal to write. To prove again I was still the one holding the pen. My hands left wet marks on the page. I wrote. I found them. Dozens of notes. All my name. I can't explain it. I think the trail doesn't end. It resets. I stopped, staring at that last word. My head buzzed faintly again, same as before, that thin line between altitude and fear. I shut the book and lay back, listening to the storm form again outside. When I woke hours later, lightning was flashing steady. Each pulse lit the tent white. I could see the outline of stones just beyond the fabric. Small cairns that hadn't been there before, circling the tent. The first flash of lightning lit them clearly. 30, maybe 40 small cairns surrounding my tent in a perfect, uneven ring. The stones were wet and dark, stacked 3 high, each one topped with a piece of paper that fluttered in the wind. When the light faded, I couldn't tell if they were still there, or if my eyes had burned their image into the dark. I lay still, trying not to breathe loud enough to hear myself. The rain hammered down again, wind hissing through the seams. Another flash, and the ring was closer. I saw it then. Each paper square was a torn page from a notebook, edges raw, some spotted with mud. I didn't go outside. I couldn't make myself. At some point I must have blacked out, because when I opened my eyes again it was dawn. Pale, washed out light through fog. The ground was slick. My tent sagged under weight of water. I hesitated before unzipping it. The cairns were gone. Only the ground remained disturbed, wet circles where the stones had pressed. No footprints, no paper. My stomach was a fist of cold. I stepped out barefoot, scanning the clearing. Everything was silent except for meltwater dripping from pine needles. The air smelled of dust and ozone, the scent that lingers long after lightning. I packed slowly, forcing myself into the rhythm of motion. Roll the bag. Cinch the straps. Anything to stay mechanical. My watch said 7:03 a.m. I hadn't eaten since the day before. I forced down a protein bar that tasted like cardboard and grit. The cairn clearing was bordered by a steep slope that led down into shadow. A wash that probably joined the main creek. It wasn't a trail, but it was a direction. I took it. The descent was narrow, half mud, half stone. Each step slid a few inches. The air grew colder as I dropped altitude. Twice I thought I heard water ahead, but it was only wind rushing through the canyon below. Around 10, I finally reached a shelf of flatter ground. A patch of grass, flattened by weather. At its center, nailed to a dead tree, was another wooden box. It looked newer than the others. Cleaner wood, unwarped by rain. I didn't want to touch it. But my hands moved anyway, as if already knowing what they'd find. Inside was a single notebook. Not wrapped, not protected. I lifted it out and opened to the first page. Trail closure still posted. July 14, weather clear, crossing at bridge. My own words, my own start. Every page after was a perfect copy of what I'd written in my journal. Each night since leaving the trailhead. Even the phrasing matched. The same pauses, the same corrections. The last page ended not with ink, but in pencil. It read, "Saw cairns last night. They were closer this time. Don't follow." The space beneath it was blank, waiting. I couldn't feel my hands. The rational part of my mind. The part that once believed in cause and effect, in weather reports and GPS and linear time, was gone. What replaced it wasn't belief in anything else. It was just hollow certainty. Whatever this was, it wanted me to keep walking. I tore the last page out, folded it, and shoved it into my jacket pocket. Then I turned downhill again. The fog thickened as I went. It wasn't normal cloud cover. It moved like breath, pulsing slow, drawing close then retreating. The trees thinned. Somewhere to my right, water began to echo faintly. I moved toward it. Half an hour later, I reached the stream. It was the same one I'd crossed that first morning. The same swollen current, the same rotted bridge. Somehow, impossibly, I'd looped back. The slope behind me looked unfamiliar, but the bridge was the same, two boards, missing near the middle, one railing broken clean. The only thing different was what hung from the near post, a strip of paper nailed under the beam. My name again, and a single line below it. You crossed once. You don't cross twice. The handwriting was mine. I stared until the words blurred. Then I took one step onto the bridge. It creaked but held. The stream below foamed wide around boulders, loud enough to swallow thought. I crossed halfway, then stopped. The far bank was the same. Dense spruce, moss, trail vanishing into green. But something had changed in the sound. The water wasn't steady anymore. There were pauses, gaps, like someone breathing under it. I crossed the rest of the way fast, boots slamming wet boards, heart hammering. When I stepped onto solid ground, the forest was still. I turned back only once. The bridge looked smaller, older, as if it had been there decades longer than it should have. I didn't stop again until noon. The trail, if I could call it that, became more defined, as though I'd rejoined the maintained route. The air felt lighter. For the first time in 2 days, I saw sunlight break through. Relief hit hard and sudden, so sharp it almost hurt. I recognized the terrain ahead, a curve of valley wall leading down toward Crater Lake. Civilization. The thought of other people, of voices, nearly broke me open. Then I saw the hiker. He was standing 100 feet down the path, facing away, pack on, same color jacket as mine. I almost called out, but something in the way he stood stopped me. Perfectly still. Not resting, not looking at anything. Just fixed. I took a step forward. The gravel crunched under my boot. The figure's head turned slightly, slow, deliberate. He was me, or close enough. Same build, same pack, same brown hair matted from sweat and rain. I froze, pulse roaring in my ears. The air around us was motionless, soundless. He looked at me for what felt like a long time. Then, without expression, he turned and walked down the trail, vanishing into the trees. I didn't follow. I don't remember the next hour clearly. I know I ran part of it, stumbling downhill, until I saw the shimmer of water ahead. When I finally reached the valley floor, the main trail came into view. Wide, packed, unmistakable. I collapsed beside it, lungs burning. A group of hikers found me not long after. A family from Denver, on their way back from Crater Lake. The father asked if I was all right, if I needed help. I must have looked bad, mud-caked, bleeding from the knee, shaking. I told him I'd taken a wrong turn off a closed trail. He laughed lightly, said, "Man, they closed those for a reason." He offered to walk me back to the parking lot. I nodded, but didn't speak much. Every sound felt too loud. When we reached Maroon Lake, my car was still there, dusty but fine. I thanked them, loaded my gear, and sat behind the wheel without starting the engine for a long time. The notebook lay on the passenger seat. I opened it, turning to the last page I'd written the night before. It ended at the words, "Stay on the trail." The rest of the pages, every single one I hadn't yet filled, were gone, torn out clean. That night, in my motel in Aspen, I tried to sleep but couldn't. I kept hearing the rain against nylon, the crack of rock moving downhill. Around midnight, I finally sat up and checked my pack. The folded pages I'd taken from the log boxes were still there, but each was blank again. Every word, every date erased. I drove back to Denver the next morning. The world felt flatter, too ordinary. I filed the report with the ranger station anyway, telling them about the rockfall, the erosion, leaving out the rest. The ranger, an older guy with windburned cheeks, nodded as I talked. When I mentioned the old trail, his face changed. "You said the closure sign was still up." "Yeah." He looked past me, toward the mountains. "That route's been closed since the early 2000s. Rockslide took out most of it. Nobody's supposed to go up there. You said you found logbooks." I hesitated. "I found boxes. Old ones." He sighed. "We used to have registries up that way. Hikers signed before crossing to Willow Pass. After the slide, we pulled most of them. Thought we got all." He paused. "You sure you didn't find one near the upper basin?" I didn't answer right away. "Yeah," I said finally. "I found one." He nodded slowly, then pulled out a small folder from behind the desk. Inside were photocopies of old register pages, faded names, dates. He flipped through until he stopped on one. "This the kind of thing you saw?" The handwriting was mine. The name Barrett Sloan, July 14, 2009. That was a long time ago. The ranger said quietly, "Guy went missing up there. Never found." He closed the folder. "You probably just saw his note. Weather messes with people at altitude. Makes things feel doubled. You're lucky you made it down." I nodded, because there was nothing else to do. I thanked him and left. That was a week ago. Since then, I've tried to make sense of it. Rational sense. Coincidence, mistaken identity, something that looks like handwriting but isn't. But every time I open my journal, I find new faint impressions on the next blank page. Lines that weren't there the night before. Last night, one appeared halfway down the sheet, as if written from beneath the paper. Heading up again. Weather clear. Trail looks open. The graphite was fresh. I tore the page out, burned it in the sink, and watched a smoke twist into the vent. The smell stayed on my hands no matter how long I scrubbed. Tomorrow, I'll turn the notebook in to the ranger station. After that, I'll drive east, back to Denver, maybe farther. I keep telling myself I won't hike again. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can hear footsteps. Slow even, crunching shale just behind me, always the same distance away, always keeping pace. And when I open my eyes, the sound stops. My name is Clara Yates, and I learned the hard way that ice doesn't care how careful you think you are. I grew up north of North Bay, where winter teaches you early what's safe and what isn't. My father worked for Ontario Hydro and used to tell me the same thing every year. You can read the ice if you listen long enough. It meant watching how it changed color near the shoreline, how it flexed when snowmobiles passed, how the lake seemed to breathe under you when the wind picked up. Those sounds were normal. But what happened on Lake Temagami that February wasn't normal, and I can't stop hearing it. It began with a trip I'd been planning for weeks. A solo run from the south access point up toward Bear Island to photograph. Early morning light through the pines. I'd been doing small freelance work for an outdoor magazine, and they wanted a winter spread showing backcountry stillness. Untouched snow, frozen channels, maybe a few aerial drone shots over the bay. I'd done plenty of winter treks before. I had my safety gear, satellite beacon, dry bags, extra layers, and a sled for camera equipment. When I left the public access ramp that morning, the temperature was 18 degrees, clear skies, barely any wind. The ice near shore was thick, solid blue, gray, with an easy crust that gave off that hollow, wooden note when you tapped it. Every local said Temagami ice was stable that year, thicker than usual. I even double-checked the ministry's reports the night before. 20 to 25 centimeters in most areas. Safe for travel, I started early before sunrise. The cold was the kind that makes your eyelashes clump and your scarf freeze stiff around your chin. Every sound carried for kilometers. The pull of the sled, the squeak of snow under crampons, the distant crack of ice somewhere far out on the lake. That echo is a language you learn not to fear. The real danger is the kind that doesn't announce itself. Around mid-morning, I reached the narrows between Ferguson Bay and the western arm of the lake. The sun came up low through the trees, throwing those pink and orange reflections across the surface that look almost fake. I stopped to take a few shots, crouching beside the sled. That's when I noticed the sound. Not a sharp crack, but a long sighing tone that traveled beneath my feet, like a deep breath moving sideways through the ice. It felt alive, elastic. I stood still, counting seconds. The sound faded. I shifted my weight, testing the surface. Solid. I kept going, staying close to the snowmobile tracks that veered north. It's easy to forget how big Temagami is when you're on it. It's a maze of frozen channels and bays, with islands that blur together once the snow's in the ridgelines. GPS helps, but you can't always trust it when you're surrounded by white glare and identical shorelines. I plan to reach the north end of Bear Island by noon, have lunch, then head back before the afternoon drift set in. Simple, if you respect timing. By 11 a.m., the sky began to change. Thin cloud cover rolled in from the west. Nothing dramatic, just that milky haze that flattens all light. Shadows disappeared, and the horizon became a dull silver blur. My compass stayed steady, but the wind direction shifted, carrying a faint smell of pine smoke from somewhere east. I figured maybe a cabin was burning wood nearby. I was halfway across a wider section, near the Temagami River outlet, when I first noticed the cracks. Not small ones either. Broad white veins spidering under the surface, visible through the snow I'd brushed away. The ice was still holding, but the color looked off, paler. When I knelt to test it, the layer flexed, almost imperceptibly, like the skin of a drum. That's when the unease started creeping in. I turned back toward the sled to reposition the rope. Just a routine adjustment. When I heard a noise that didn't fit any pattern I knew. A single pop, followed by a low rumble beneath the ice that seemed to move away from me in a ripple. The sled shifted slightly. Then another crack split the air. This one sharper, closer, and the whole surface under it went white with spreading fractures. Before I could react, the sled dropped. Just like that. 1 second it was behind me. The next it vanished with a dull splash and a hollow thud that made my stomach twist. The ice folded inward, swallowed the weight, then sealed again with slush that bubbled and froze instantly around the edge. My camera case, the tripod, spare gloves, gone in seconds. Instinct kicked in. I lunged backward, flattening my weight, waiting for the next break. None came. The ice under me was holding, but only just. I inched away, keeping pressure spread out across my chest. My gloves skimmed over wet slush as I pulled myself toward thicker snow, heart hammering so loud it drowned out everything else. When I finally reached solid ice again, I just sat there, gasping into my scarf. My sled, bright orange, bobbed once beneath the water, maybe 10 feet from the surface hole, before slipping under the opaque layer and disappearing completely. I could see the faint trail of bubbles, pushing sideways beneath the ice, drifting north. That's when I realized what had happened. The section I'd been crossing wasn't part of the main lake at all. It was the Temagami River channel, partially frozen, but still carrying undercurrent beneath. The ministry report had even warned about it. Variable thickness due to flow. I'd read the sentence, underlined it, and still thought I was farther west. My GPS had lagged. I cursed myself out loud. Stupid, arrogant mistake. Then tried to retrace the direction I'd come from. But the cloud cover had thickened, and now everything looked wrong. The islands to the west blurred into one long gray shape. The snowmobile tracks I'd followed were fading under drift. And when I checked the GPS again, the signal flickered, reading 0.0 speed. Compass arrow spinning in lazy circles. I thought maybe I could skirt the weak section, move east to rejoin thicker ice, then curve north again. That was the plan, simple geometry. But every few steps, I heard new pops and faint movements beneath me. Not cracks yet, but groans. The lake was alive under there, shifting. The sound made my skin crawl. I knew better than to panic. You move slow, distribute weight, never run. I unstrapped my pack to lighten pressure. My beacon was still clipped to my chest harness, blinking steady. I could call for help if it got worse, but I was maybe 5 kilometers from shore. It felt manageable. Then I felt the ground move. It was subtle at first, a slow, rolling sensation under my boots, like the lake had turned liquid for half a heartbeat. My balance shifted, and when I looked down, I saw it. fine lines spreading across the ice ahead, shimmering like glass under a stress test. The snow around them slumped. I crouched instantly, pressing flat again. The motion didn't stop. It kept going. Not breaking, just drifting. Like the surface itself was sliding sideways. The realization came slowly, the way dread always does. I wasn't standing on lake ice anymore. I was on a detached sheet, a slab that had separated from the main body. The river current beneath must have cut through at some unseen crack, and now it was carrying me north, toward open water, maybe all the way to the outlet. I remember whispering, "No, no, no." My breath fogged out in quick bursts. I could see the gap forming behind me, widening inch by inch. A thin black line where water shimmered through, closing off my route back. I started crawling, trying to angle toward the nearest shape that might be solid. A small island, maybe 100 meters away. My knees burned from the ice friction. Gloves soaked through, but I didn't care. I just kept moving, dragging myself inch by inch, feeling the slow pull of current beneath, the surface dipping slightly as if breathing under me. Every few seconds, a faint hiss rose from the crack, air escaping, then silence again, thick and absolute. The world around me was white and empty, except for that one gray island, and the endless sheet beneath me shifting north. Somewhere under that frozen skin, my sled kept drifting too. I imagined it snagging on something, then freeing, gliding under me like a ghost. I didn't dare look down long enough to see if shadows moved there. The current picked up speed. I could tell from how the ice hummed under my stomach. A vibration, deep and steady. My island target didn't seem any closer. When I paused to catch my breath, I noticed something else, the faint smell of open water ahead. It's different from frozen lake air. Sharper, metallic, and it was getting stronger. That's when I knew this wasn't just a patch of weak ice. I was being carried straight into the Temagami River's outflow, where the current narrows and the water beneath stays liquid, year-round. And I had no way off. The thing about drifting ice is you don't feel the speed until you look around and realize everything else is moving. At first, I thought I was holding still, just waiting for the current to ease. But the tree line kept sliding sideways across the horizon. The island that had seemed within reach was now angled away, its black pines shrinking behind a veil of fog that had crept up from nowhere. The sound of moving water was faint but constant, like a low engine hum coming through the ground. I pressed my palms flat against the surface, feeling the texture of wet snow starting to crust with new frost. The wind was colder now, sharper, blowing southeast, the direction the current usually ran this time of year. I'd read about this in search and rescue reports. Ice pans breaking free in February thaws, carrying channels until they either refroze or shattered against rock. Nobody wrote what it felt like to be on one. I needed to get off before that happened. I unhooked my small emergency pack from the harness. Thank God it hadn't gone down with the sled. Inside it, a folding saw, a compact rope coil, flares, a heat blanket, and one sealed thermos of tea. Not nearly enough for an overnight, but maybe enough to survive the next few hours. I glanced toward the island again. The gap between us had grown wider, maybe 50 meters now. The current dragging my slab toward the middle of the river's flow. The edge of my ice raft was visible ahead, jagged and uneven, the color fading from milky white to translucent gray. Beneath it, water shifted dark and fast. I crawled forward on my stomach to inspect it, careful not to spread new cracks. The sound underneath wasn't gentle anymore. It churned. I took out the rope, coiled it twice around my wrist. My idea was primitive. Maybe I could throw one end to a half-frozen log or snag it on ice rubble closer to shore, then pull myself in like a slow anchor. The distance looked possible. My hands were already shaking from cold, but I didn't have another plan. When I braced to throw, a deep groan rippled beneath me, the kind that vibrates through bone. The slab flexed under my weight, rising slightly then settling again. That's when I noticed the surface wasn't smooth anymore. Tiny fissures, spider, thin, had begun to web outward from where my elbows pressed. I couldn't risk any sudden motion. I lay still, breathing through clenched teeth, staring at the water flowing past the cracks. It was fast, faster than it should have been this far from the outlet. I drifted farther than I thought. The cold had a way of shrinking thought down to survival math. Every minute, I recalculated options. Crawl to the far edge, test thickness. Move light. If I could stay on this thing long enough, maybe it would jam somewhere. A shallow bend. A rock shelf, where I could jump to safety. But I also knew what the current did near the outlet. It funneled everything toward the rapids. And if the ice shattered there, I wouldn't last 30 seconds in that water. My father used to tell me stories about rescues gone wrong. You never fall through just once, he said. You go in, you climb out. The current takes you under again. That line kept looping in my head like a bad prayer. The fog thickened until the shoreline disappeared completely. All that remained were faint silhouettes of islands, slipping in and out of the gray. I turned back the way I'd come. Nothing but empty white space. My beacon still blinked red, steady and indifferent. I considered activating it, but the signal wouldn't mean much if rescuers didn't know which direction the current had carried me. 5 kilometers could turn to 15 in an hour. The first sound that broke the monotony was a hollow thud. Something striking ice nearby. I froze, listening. Another thud, then a scrape. My heart kicked once, sharp and fast. For a second, I thought maybe a snowmobile. Maybe someone had seen me. But no engine followed, only the slow, dragging noise of something heavy, brushing the ice edge. I shifted onto my side and peered across the fog. Through the blur, I saw fragments, chunks of ice colliding, spinning slowly as they joined the same current. They weren't massive, but they were enough to bump my slab, each impact sending a quiver through the surface. I realized then that I wasn't alone in the flow. The lake was shedding pieces of itself, breaking apart in slow motion. The current angled, pulling me between two of those drifting pieces. The collision pushed my slab sideways. I scrambled to balance, planting elbows down, spreading weight again. The sound that came next, a sharp crack, immediate and close, told me my raft had just become smaller. I glanced behind me and saw the split, a meter-wide fracture running halfway across. Water welled through it, refreezing instantly along the edges. My section still held together, but the integrity was fading. I could feel the flex beneath me now with every movement, a subtle give. And take that turned my stomach. I needed thicker ice or land, or anything not moving. I scanned the fog again and caught a darker line ahead. Maybe shore, maybe another island. It looked like a rise of rock dusted with snow. I couldn't judge distance, but it was something. I started inching forward, dragging myself toward that direction. The air around me was heavy with mist. muffling every sound except the hiss of water beneath the cracks. The drift carried me closer. The shape solidified, not an island exactly, more like a low peninsula extending from the main shore. Trees stood bare along its ridge, and I could see their branches shivering in wind. Hope flared hard enough to hurt. I uncoiled the rope again, looped one end through my harness, and waited until I felt the current angle toward that direction. When the slab bumped against an edge piled ice near the peninsula, I lunged, half crawling, half sliding across the thinning surface. The edge groaned, but held as I reached for the snowbank ahead. My glove brushed rock dusted with frost. Relief hit like heat. That's when the ice dropped out from under me. It didn't break with a clean crack. It just sagged. A slow, downward pull that folded me into the water without warning. The shock of it stole every bit of air in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't even scream. The cold wasn't just pain, it was absolute electric. It punched through layers into bone. Instinct again. Kick, reach. Kick. I pushed toward the surface, broke through, gasping so hard it sounded like choking. The current spun me once, slamming my shoulder against ice. My hands found the edge, slick, breaking apart under my grip. I tried to haul myself up, but my jacket was heavy with water, and my fingers were stiffening fast. Stay calm, I said out loud, or maybe thought it. My voice came out thin and unreal. I kicked hard again, pressed my elbows against the rim, and dragged half my torso onto the ice. It cracked but didn't give. I rolled sideways, spreading my weight flat, water streaming from my sleeves. For a second, I just lay there, heaving breaths that turned to vapor immediately. My vision tunneled. I wanted to close my eyes, but I knew what came after that. The numbness was rising from my hands to my arms. I forced myself to move, crawl, 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 away from the hole, toward where the ice had looked thicker. Each movement was clumsy, mechanical, but somehow I kept going until the surface beneath me stopped flexing. I lay there, coughing, my whole body shaking so hard my teeth clattered. The world had gone silent except for water lapping weakly against the hole I'd made. The peninsula, my lifeline, was still 10 meters away. 10 meters. I couldn't stop now. I took one breath, then another, and started crawling again. My wet clothes froze solid almost instantly, forming stiff armor that cracked at each bend. I moved inch by inch until the color of snow ahead deepened. Rougher texture, bits of pine needle embedded. Land. When I finally rolled onto the bank, I didn't feel triumph. Just exhaustion so deep it felt like falling asleep. My body was a block of ice, my hair frozen in place, my gloves stiff. I stripped off what I could, shaking out water before it froze to skin, then fumbled with the heat blanket from my pack. My hands barely worked. I tore it open with my teeth, wrapped it around my torso, then collapsed against the base of a spruce tree. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. The shaking eventually turned violent. Hypothermia's first friend. I knew I had to move, to generate heat, but my limbs didn't obey. My beacon blinked in the snow beside me. Red. Red. I thought about pressing the sus button then. Pride had no place left in me. But the idea of admitting I'd lost control, that a photographer with years of training had wandered onto a live current like a rookie, made my stomach twist. I kept waiting, convincing myself the weather might clear, that I could still find my way back once I warmed up. Somewhere behind me, the ice I'd escaped from cracked again. A low, rolling thunder that traveled down the length of the river. I turned in time to see the sheet tilt, break apart completely, and vanish beneath the gray water. My sled was gone, my camera gone, and now even the surface that almost killed me was gone too. I should have felt lucky. But sitting there, soaked and shaking on the bank, I realized something worse. I didn't recognize the shoreline I was on. No cabins, no trail markers, no tracks. Just forest, endless and still. And the sound of running water, getting louder. I kept thinking the sound of the river would fade if I just walked far enough. It didn't. It followed. A constant whisper, threading through every break in the trees. I dragged myself up the bank, blanket wrapped tight. Breath coming in ragged clouds that froze before they vanished. The forest looked like every other northern Ontario forest in February. Black spruce, white birch drifts waist deep between the trunks. But nothing familiar. No cut paths, no ski tracks, no sign of a single human footprint. I told myself to focus on practical things. Body heat, shelter, direction. The hypothermia haze is sneaky. It makes everything feel both urgent and far away. I forced myself to move, because stopping meant dying right there against that spruce. My boots were heavy with ice, every step a shattering sound. I followed the river upstream, assuming I drifted south while on the slab. Upstream meant closer to Lake Temagami, closer to any cabin, ice, fishing shack, or ranger route. The sun, a dull disk behind cloud, barely helped with orientation. It was already past midday. After about half an hour, I found a narrow inlet, frozen at the edges, open in the middle, and recognized the type of terrain. Not the lake's main basin anymore, but one of the river's feeder arms. The current cut too deep here for full freeze. That realization was a small relief. People fished these spots early in the season. Maybe someone had a camp nearby. My hands burned as they thawed inside soaked gloves, then went numb again. I needed a fire, but the lighter in my emergency pack was waterlogged. I dug through it with stiff fingers, flare gun, tea thermos, half full, still faintly warm, folded foil blanket, and my father's old utility knife. I drained the thermos in small sips, letting the heat crawl down my throat like something alive. It brought back a little focus. The wind shifted from north to west, scattering snow off branches in small avalanches. Somewhere in the distance, wood cracked. Natural, probably, but I turned anyway. The sound of another living thing would have been a miracle. I forced my legs to keep moving, using the knife to hack through low branches for balance. Each time I paused, I caught myself listening for engines, voices, anything. But the silence of Ontario winter is complete. Even birds avoid the coldest hours. After what must have been another 40 minutes, I spotted a structure through the trees. My heart tripped. A cabin, maybe. I pushed through snow until it came clear, not a cabin, but the skeleton of a collapsed ice, fishing hut half buried in snow. The wood was gray, rotted around the joints. Inside were frozen beer cans, a busted chair, and a rusted auger head. Still, it was something. I cleared space beside the wall that hadn't collapsed, dragged in a few fallen branches, and wrapped the emergency blanket around me like a cocoon. The flare gun was my only ignition source now. I'd been saving it for rescue signal, but signal meant nothing if I froze before anyone came. I ripped a piece of dry birch bark from the inner wall, packed it under a small teepee of twigs, and fired the flare point, blank. The flash blinded me. For a moment, the world turned molten red. The bark caught, sputtered, then ignited. I crouched over it, shielding the fragile flame from wind with my body. until the fire built into something steady. The smell of smoke was almost narcotic. I sat close, letting steam rise from my sleeves as the ice melted off. When warmth finally touched my fingers again, it came with pain, pins and needles so sharp I almost screamed. I flexed them until I could close a fist. The relief was physical, overwhelming. For the first time since morning, I believed I might actually survive. Then I heard the ice shift again. It came from the river, a distant, hollow boom rolling under the surface. I leaned out of the hut and saw its slabs breaking loose, colliding, drifting fast between the banks. My raft was out there somewhere among them, pulverized to fragments. The current looked stronger than before. Black streaks of open water threading between white plates. If I'd stayed on it another 10 minutes, I'd be part of that flow. The sound faded into a steady murmur. I sat back down, breathing smoke and cold air, letting exhaustion fill in the cracks that fear had left. Time became strange. The sun dipped low, though I never saw it directly. I kept feeding the fire, anything dry I could find, until the pile shrank to coals. My clothes were mostly dry now, but the ache in my core wouldn't leave. I ate the last of the energy bar from my pocket, a crumbly frozen thing that tasted like cardboard. I must have dozed, because when I opened my eyes the light had changed. Dimmer, blue, gray dusk. Snow was falling again, slow flakes that caught in the smoke. I stood, stretching stiff legs, and stepped out to check the sky. That's when I saw light across the river. It flickered, faint but rhythmic. Not lightning, not reflection. Maybe a headlamp moving between trees. I almost shouted, but the rational part of me clamped down distances distort at dusk. Light plays tricks on flat water. Still, I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed the rope from my pack and tied one end around my waist before walking toward the river's edge. The current was wide here, maybe 20 meters across, with floating chunks of ice bumping and spinning through the channel. The light on the opposite bank moved again, side to side, then down, like someone checking the ground. I cupped my hands and called out,
Hello! I'm over here.
Nothing. The wind swallowed it. I tried again, louder.
Help! I fell through the ice!
The light paused, then flickered once more, deliberate like an answer. 3 flashes, then darkness. I stared into the gray, heart pounding. Could have been someone testing their lamp, or a reflection off ice. I didn't know. But it was the first sign of anything human, and I couldn't waste it. The current had slowed slightly along the near edge, forming a narrow shelf of refrozen snow. I tested it with my boot, solid enough for a few steps. The rope around my waist was useless without an anchor, but I tied the other end around a half, buried root anyway, praying it would hold. Then I started forward. Each step sang with that hollow note I'd learned to fear. The ice flexed, creaked, but didn't break. I made it halfway before the shelf shuddered. My balance wobbled, arms out. I froze, literally and figuratively, staring at the black water lapping through new cracks. The light across the way blinked again. 2 short, 1 long. It didn't look like a random flicker anymore. It looked like someone signaling. For a moment, every instinct screamed that I was making a mistake. But reason argued louder. People meant warmth, shelter, a way out. I moved another step, then another. The current beneath the ice whispered just below the surface, pulling at the edges of my mind. 10 meters left. The next sound, that deep subterranean sigh, told me what would happen before it did. The slab beneath me bowed inward. I lunged forward just as it collapsed, plunging both legs into freezing water. The shock almost tore the breath out of me again, but my upper body landed on firmer ice. I clawed forward, dragging my legs up, gasping and swearing, until I rolled clear. I lay there, shaking, the rope taut behind me. The light was gone. Only darkness and falling snow remained. Something in me broke then. Not panic, just exhaustion hollowed into acceptance. I crawled back toward shore, slow and deliberate, until I reached the tree line. My body had no strength left for another crossing attempt. I untied the rope and slumped beside the burned out fire pit. Night fell in layers. Blue, then black. The forest closed in around the sound of the river. At some point I activated the beacon. I remember pressing the button and watching the light shift from red to flashing green. The signal, that meant it was sending. Then I set it on the ground beside me and waited. The rescue team found me at dawn. I don't remember hearing them, only waking to the sight of two figures in bright orange jackets moving through the snow. One of them was talking into a radio, the other kneeling beside me, wrapping something warm around my shoulders. The first thing I said, voice cracked and stupid, was, "Did you see the light across the river?" They glanced at each other. The older one, a man with ice in his beard, shook his head. "No lights, ma'am. Not on this stretch. You're lucky we caught the beacon ping." I wanted to argue, to explain, but my teeth were chattering too hard. They half carried me to the snowmobile sled, strapped me in, and we started moving. The cold wind against my face felt almost pleasant compared to the water's bite. As we rode back toward the access point, the morning sun rose over the frozen expanse of Temagami, turning everything pale gold. I could see the river winding south, littered with chunks of broken ice glinting like glass. Somewhere in that flow was the piece that had carried me miles downstream, the raft that should have been my grave. Later, at the ranger station, they told me the breakup had started early that year. Unseasonably warm currents under the surface. 2 more people had gone through near Bear Island the same week. They'd both been rescued within an hour. I'd been out there for nearly 12. When I finally thought enough to move, I looked at a satellite map on the ranger's screen. The place they'd found me wasn't anywhere near the main trail. It was a bend near the old logging cut, 5 kilometers from the outlet. No cabins, no road access. The light I'd seen couldn't have been another person. Maybe a reflection. Maybe my brain playing tricks after hours of exposure. I still don't know. But sometimes, when I drive north and stop by the lake in winter, I swear I can hear that same hollow breath moving under the ice. The sound that means the surface is alive and waiting. And I listen, because my father was right. The ice speaks. You just have to know when to believe it. My name is Levy Porter, and I was 29 the winter I nearly froze to death on Mount Mansfield. I'm not from Vermont. Not really. Born in Connecticut, raised around Hartford. But I'd been working seasonal maintenance for the Stowe Mountain Resort that year. When you stay on through November, you get used to the quiet before ski season. Starts the lift still, the parking lot's empty, the wind coming down the ridge like a slow, steady exhale. The storm that week wasn't supposed to be serious. A few inches, maybe 6 at most, the forecast said. I'd been planning to hike up to check a remote equipment shed. Nothing fancy. Just a weatherproof box the resort used to store trail markers and avalanche poles near the Hellbrook Trail. It wasn't part of my official job, but I wanted the overtime, and I'd been told the trail was still open enough to reach before heavy snow. I left early, around 9 a.m. Sky already gray and flaking. My pack had the usual thermos, flashlight, emergency blanket, small hatchet, and a borrowed radio that had seen better decades. I liked being alone in the woods, even in the cold. There's something about the sound. The way snow dampens everything except your own breathing. That makes you feel both fragile and invincible at once. By noon, the flakes thickened to curtains. I lost the faint shape of the trail twice before realizing the wind was coming from a different direction than expected. The trees looked identical, bare trunks ghosted white, and I had that creeping sense, the one every outdoorsman dreads, that I'd started walking in small circles. I pulled out my compass. The needle quivered and settled north, but the ridge line I knew should have been to my left was nowhere in sight. I told myself not to panic. Visibility was dropping fast, though, and the cold had that heavier texture. That meant night would come early. I decided to head downhill, figuring any descent would eventually meet a road, or at least a creek I recognized. Half an hour later, I saw it, the faint outline of a roof through snow haze. Relief hit so quick it made me laugh out loud. A cabin, thank God. The structure sat in a small clearing, half smallwood by drifts. Logs dark with moisture, roof sagging under ice. No smoke from the chimney, but a faint orange glow in one window. For a second I thought it might be a reflection, but as I got closer, I saw a flicker movement, the unmistakable pulse of firelight. I called out, "Hello, anyone home?" My voice vanished into wind. I tried again. Louder, no answer. When I reached the porch, I noticed something wrong. There was no visible door. Where a front door should have been, the logs were unbroken, sealed like part of the wall. I walked the perimeter, brushing snow from each side. Every possible entrance, front, back, even what should have been a narrow service hatch, had been covered over from the inside. The seams were tight, cross, braced with beams I could just see through a small window slit. But the stove was lit. I could hear it. The low metallic hiss of burning wood, the occasional pop of sap. The glass of the window was warm when I pressed my glove to it. I crouched to peer in. Inside, the cabin looked intact: rough table, chair, small bed frame, and in the far corner, the black iron stove glowing dull orange. A kettle sat on top. Steam rose in soft tendrils. Whoever had been here hadn't left long ago. I banged on the window frame.
Hey, I'm lost. I just need shelter till the storm passes.
Nothing. The snow howled louder, plastering my hood. My breath turned to vapor against the glass. I circled again, looking for any break. A window that might open, a gap in the chinking. The only option was a half. Height window on the north wall. The glass cracked. I wedged my hatchet under the edge, pried till it gave. The frame splintered, and I squeezed through, feet first, landing on dusty floorboards. Heat wrapped around me instantly. After hours in freezing air, it felt unreal, like stepping into someone else's dream. I took off my gloves, flexed my fingers, and called again, softer this time. "Hello. I'm sorry about the window. I'll fix it, I swear. Just need it out of the storm." Silence. Only the fire hissed. The place smelled of smoke and pine pitch, but under that, faintly, something sore. Like wet leather. I unzipped my coat and went to the stove. The kettle was half full of water, still steaming. The handle was warm but not scalding. Maybe 15 minutes since it had boiled. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. Because if someone had been here 15 minutes ago, there were no tracks outside except mine. I walked to the single window I'd broken through and looked out. My footprints were already half filled by falling snow, but no other marks led away. No boots, no sled, no snowmobile trail. Nothing. I told myself maybe the person had gone out earlier, before the blizzard thickened and the wind had erased their prints. Still, the kettle. I poured it out and refilled it, partly to have something to do. Then I turned my attention to the walls. Up close, I could see how deliberately they'd been sealed. Heavy boards bolted inside the original frames, nails driven from the inside out. Someone had trapped themselves in, not locked others out. There was no dust line on the floor near those blocked entries. The wood was freshly scarred, edges pale where blades had shaved them. I knelt by one seam and touched it. Smooth. Too smooth. I checked for supplies, cabinets, shelves. A few canned goods, rusted labels. A coat draped over the chair. Men's, size about mine. I ran a hand through the sleeve. Cold, but the stove was hot. I sat down trying to think rationally. Maybe it was an old trapper's shelter. Maybe locals used it occasionally and blocked the doors for insulation. Maybe the person who lit the fire had gone to fetch water from a nearby stream. But again, no tracks. Snow hammered the roof now, drumming steady. The light through the window faded until the room went a deep orange, firelit and close. I knew I should radio for help, but when I tried, the old handset only hissed static. I twisted dials, adjusted antenna, nothing. I decided to stay put till morning. I pulled the chair near the stove, unrolled my emergency blanket, and tried to shake the unease creeping in. Every few minutes, I glanced at the window I'd entered through, half afraid I'd see someone's face there. Whoever had made this place a tomb. At some point I dozed. I woke to a sound that wasn't wind. A low, slow scrape, wood against wood. It came from the far wall, behind the stove. I held my breath, listening. The scrape repeated, a faint dragging, then stopped. I whispered, "Hello." The word sounded ridiculous in that tiny room. Nothing moved. The fire had burned lower, the light dim. I checked my watch. Past midnight. The kettle was whistling softly again. Steam curled from its spout. I hadn't refilled it. That small fact sank in slower than it should have. I stood, heart thudding. The air smelled stronger now, that sour note cutting through the smoke. I turned toward the back wall. The boards there had dark stains at the edges. Old water damage, maybe. But as I watched, one shifted slightly. Just a fraction, enough for ash to tumble from the stovepipe seam. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed the beam. The wall was solid, but in the center, about chest height, something had been carved into it. At first, I thought it was scratches from tools. Then I realized they were letters. They spelled Dudo Chirno CK. My skin went cold. I hadn't seen any locks, just nailed boards. I traced one with my glove, careful not to touch the center seam again. Behind that wall, faint and muffled, came another scrape, then a sound that might have been a breath. I backed toward the stove. The kettle rattled violently, steam hissing louder. I grabbed it, yanked it off the heat, and stepped back, knocking the chair over. The noise stopped. Only wind again. For a long minute I stood there, listening to my own pulse in my ears. Then, because doing nothing felt worse, I shoved the chair back upright and forced myself to sit. "You're tired," I muttered. "You're hearing things. Settling wood. Nothing else." The fire cracked. I watched Ember's eyes burning from the heat and smoke. At some point, I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I knew, gray dawn seeped through the window. The stove was cold. The kettle was empty. And the message on the wall, Dio no tueno ficer, was gone. Only clean, pale wood remained, as if nothing had ever been carved there at all. The first thing I did when I woke was touch the stove. Cold metal. Not even residual warmth. The fire had burned down completely, though I could have sworn it was still crackling when I drifted off. Morning light slanted through the cracked window I'd forced open, painting the floor with thin stripes of white. It took a second to realize how still the air was. Not silent. The wind outside was still blowing hard, but inside, everything felt sealed again, as though the cabin were holding its breath. I rubbed the back of my neck, trying to piece together what had happened. Maybe I'd dreamed the scratching. Maybe exhaustion and altitude had made me hallucinate. I'd been out in worse conditions before and started seeing shapes in snow drifts. The mind gets strange when it's tired and cold, but the kettle was what bothered me. I lifted it again. Bone dry. No steam. No condensation inside the spout. If it had boiled in the night, there should have been something left. I went to the back wall, where the words had been carved. Nothing now. I ran my fingertips across the smooth timber. No grooves, no ash, no stain. I even scraped lightly with my knife edge, thinking maybe soot had settled unevenly and fooled me. Just pale pine beneath. I felt ridiculous for talking aloud, but it was either that or start believing the cabin was alive. Outright, I muttered. You imagined it. You're fine. Just pack up and leave when the weather breaks. The storm hadn't broken, though. When I looked outside, the snow was waist deep, the wind still pushing waves of it through the trees. Visibility maybe 10 feet. I'd have to wait, so I made use of the time. Cleared the hearth, gathered a bit of dry wood from the pile near the corner, and started a new fire. It caught slow but steady. The heat helped. The light didn't. Everything still felt off. Around mid-morning, I found a small journal under the bed frame, wrapped in waxed paper. The cover was plain leather, edges swollen from moisture. No name on the front. I flipped through carefully. The first entries were simple inventory. Food supplies, weather notes, traps checked. Then a shift. Boarded the first door today. Heard it again in the walls. Third night. Stove keeps relighting. Not touching it again. If you're reading this, don't take down the boards. Don't answer when it knocks. I froze. The last few pages were torn out cleanly, edges frayed as if someone had ripped them in haste. I set the book down, pulse climbing. My mind tried to make sense of it. Probably some mountain hermit's paranoia. Could have been years ago, but the handwriting wasn't old-fashioned. Ink still black, not faded. I checked the room again, slower this time. The bed had no sheets. Just a frame, and a mattress stained with something like rust. The coat in the chair looked older than I'd first thought. Collar stiff with frost that hadn't melted when I arrived. No boots underneath. No pack. No sign anyone had lived here long term. I kept going back to the boards. Whoever sealed them had done it recently. The nails were bright silver, not corroded. The wood pale at the cuts. But why block every door? If you wanted insulation, you'd cover cracks, not the entire frame. By noon, the blizzard picked up again. The wind moaned around the eaves like a train passing underground. I had enough food for one day. A protein bar, half a thermos of cold coffee. I sat by the stove, journal in my lap, trying not to think about the missing pages. Then I heard it. A soft, hollow thump. From outside, near the side wall. I waited, listening. Another thump, closer this time, like a single knock spaced by long, deliberate silence. I told myself it was a branch. Snowfall shifting weight. Anything but that. The next knock came from the opposite wall. I jumped. The sound was measured, heavy, not random. Once. Then twice, faintly echoing under the floorboards. I grabbed my hatchet. My breath fogged in front of me. Who's there? The air went still again. Only the hiss of snow outside. Then, very softly, from the back wall, the one where the writing had vanished, came a voice, not words. More like breath pushed through wood, rising and falling in rhythm. I stepped closer, flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam slid across the boards. The seams between them looked darker now. Not gaps, just shadows that hadn't been there. Something shifted behind them. A creak, like someone leaning their weight forward. I staggered back, hitting the chair behind me. "Whoever you are, I'm armed," I said, though my voice cracked on the word. No answer. I stayed that way for what felt like half an hour. Light on the wall, waiting for movement. Nothing else came. The wind eventually swallowed all other sound. When I checked the clock on my watch, only 5 minutes had passed. That broke me more than anything else. The way time warped in that place. By afternoon, the storm started to ease. A faint blue creeping through the window. I decided to leave before nightfall, even if it meant pushing through snowdrifts. Anything was better than staying another night in that sealed room. I packed quickly, shoved the journal into my coat pocket, and climbed up to the window I'd broken through. The frame had frozen overnight, ice sealing the cracks. I hit it with the hatchet until the pane popped loose and daylight spilled in. The cold hit like a slap, sharp and clean. Snowflakes whipped my face as I hoisted myself out. For the first time in hours, I breathed properly. Outside, the world looked almost new. Trees heavy with snow, air still moving but calmer. I slid down into the drift, legs vanishing to the knees, and turned to look back at the cabin. That was when I saw the smoke. A thin column rose from the chimney, gray and steady. I hadn't lit enough wood to last that long. My stove should have been dead. I stared at it, heart pounding, watching the smoke twist upward. Then, behind the glass of the cracked window, a faint orange glow flickered. Someone, or something, was inside again. Every instinct told me to run. But the rational part of me, the one that hates loose ends, made me step closer. I needed to know. I peered through the broken window. The chair I'd knocked over earlier now stood upright. The kettle, which I'd emptied, was back on the stove, steaming, and on the table lay the journal open to a new page. There, in handwriting almost identical to mine, was a fresh line of ink. Levy Porter. Second night. My knees nearly gave out. I stumbled back, snow spilling into my boots. My pulse hammered so hard I could feel it in my jaw. I told myself, again, that this could all be explained. Maybe someone had followed my trail, found the place, built a fire, written my name from my ID or jacket label. A cruel prank? A squatter? Anything human was better than the alternative. I circled the cabin, scanning the snow for prints. Nothing. The drifts were smooth, untouched. Even my own path from earlier had softened, nearly erased. I shouted into the trees, "If someone's there, come out." The only reply was wind rattling the bare branches. That was enough. I turned and started downhill, picking a direction that felt right. South by the compass, though I barely trusted it anymore. My legs burned from the effort. Every step sank deep. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting to see movement between the trees. Nothing followed. After an hour, the slope steepened, and I recognized part of a Hellbrook trail marker poking through snow. Relief flooded me so fast, I almost laughed again. I was back en route. Civilization wasn't far, maybe 2 miles. But before I could take another step, the wind shifted, carrying a sound I'll never forget. A faint metallic hiss just behind me, like a kettle beginning to boil. I spun around. The forest was empty, white and still. The sound faded, swallowed by distance, but I thought I could smell smoke. Pine and iron mixed together. I pressed on, faster, refusing to look back again. When the first tree line break appeared, I saw a utility pole ahead, wires sagging under ice. Beyond that, the faint line of the access road. I'd made it. By the time I reached the road, the storm had fully cleared. The sky was a hard winter blue, sun low over the ridge. I pulled out the radio, tried again for signal. Static, then a burst of voice. Someone from the resort, distorted but real. I managed to get out my location and that I was heading down. It was only when they sent a snowcat to pick me up that I looked behind one last time. From that distance, the cabin should have been hidden completely by trees. Instead, I could see the faint wisp of smoke curling up into the bright air. No structure visible beneath it. Just forest. When we reached base camp an hour later, the resort manager met me, pale from worry. He listened as I tried to explain how I'd taken shelter in a cabin near the ridge. His expression didn't change much until I mentioned the boards over the doors. Then he frowned. "There's no cabin up there," he said quietly. "Not since the fire. That was years ago." I opened my mouth, closed it again. "What fire?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "Old Ranger's hut. Burned in 2012. They found it sealed from the inside. No door left standing." I didn't say anything else, just nodded and followed him back toward the lodge. That night, alone in my room, I opened my pack to check the journal. To prove it existed, it wasn't there. Only a thin ring of ash where it had been, smudging the inside of my coat pocket like a burned fingerprint. For 2 nights after they brought me back, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that flicker of orange in the window. The kettle's thin thread of steam, curling through air that should have been frozen. I kept telling myself it was shock, cold exposure, dehydration, exhaustion. But even saying it aloud didn't loosen the knot in my chest. On the 3rd morning, I went back to work. The manager thought keeping busy would help. The storm had passed, and the mountain was waking up for ski season. Snowplows cleared the access roads, lifts groaned to life. Nobody said much about what happened, though I caught a few glances from the maintenance crew, half curiosity, half doubt. After lunch, I found the manager again, a man named Cross. He'd been there for decades and knew the mountain better than anyone. "You said that cabin burned down." I told him. "The one near the ridge." He nodded. "Yeah. Old Ranger Station, early 60s build. Lightning strike caught the roof one spring. Fire crew couldn't get up fast enough. It was gone by the time they arrived." "How'd it start?" He hesitated. "Somebody set a stove. Maybe a chimney blockage." "Why?" "Because I was inside a cabin yesterday," I said. "Solid walls, roof intact. There's no way it was ashes 12 years ago." Cross studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "Levy, This mountain's got a dozen cabins scattered from old projects. Some newer, some older. You might have found another one. People always think they've seen that one, though. I wanted to argue, but didn't. It was easier to let him think I'd gotten turned around. Still, that night I pulled up an old forestry map online. The fire record matched what he said. 2012, ranger's hut destroyed. Cause? Probable stove malfunction. The coordinates were within a mile of where I'd been lost. I kept zooming in on satellite view, but the snow made everything white noise. No structure, no clearing. 2 days later, I went back. I told no one. Just packed lighter. Checked the forecast. Clear skies, and left early. It wasn't about proving anything anymore. I just needed to see that there was nothing there. To close the loop. The mountain looked almost gentle in daylight. Ice crusted the branches, glittering in sun. My breath fogged steady but not labored. I reached the same ridge line by noon, followed my previous GPS track until it faded. The snow was firmer now, easier to walk. When I reached the clearing, I stopped. No cabin, no charred remains. Only a flat patch of snow surrounded by trees, perfectly even. But the ground felt wrong underfoot. Hollow, maybe, like packed boards buried shallow. I tapped my boot heel. Dull echo. I knelt, brushed away snow. Beneath, a circle of scorched earth, black as coal. Centered in it a rusted stovepipe, bent in half buried. That should have been enough to send me home. But curiosity is its own sickness. I started digging around the pipe, clearing more of the debris until a faint metallic sound clinked against my glove. Something small, lodged in the ash. It was a kettle, or what was left of one. Handle twisted, body scorched through. When I lifted it, flakes of soot spilled out like sand. I don't know why I whispered then. Maybe because the woods were too quiet. "You're still here?" I said. The air shifted. A faint gust moved across the clearing. Not cold, just dry, carrying a smell I knew too well. Wood smoke and iron. Then I heard it. The same slow scrape I'd thought was settling wood. Not from the trees, but from below me, somewhere under the burned ground. My knees locked. The sound rose once, faintly rhythmic, then stopped. The forest held its breath. I backed away until the trees hid the clearing. I didn't stop moving until the ridge opened to the service road. Only when I reached the truck did I realize my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't fit the key in the ignition. I drove down without music, without heat, just the rattle of chains on the tires. At one point, glancing in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a gray wisp trailing the truck. Probably snow dust, I told myself. Probably. Back at the resort, I didn't tell anyone I'd gone. The rest of the week blurred. Work orders, maintenance reports, small talk. At night, though, I started hearing things in the dorm room pipes. Little ticks and knocks, spaced too evenly to be random. By the fifth night, I couldn't take it. I packed my things and left. Told Cross I was heading home for the holidays and might not return. He didn't argue. Driving south through the White Mountains, I kept checking the rearview mirror. Always the same illusion. The faint drift of smoke following at a distance. I told myself once I reached home, once I saw real streets and lights and normal sounds, it would fade. For a while, it did. Hartford was gray and busy and ordinary. The noise drowned everything out. I rented a small apartment, picked up warehouse work. Tried to forget Vermont altogether. Then, in February, the envelope arrived. No return address. My name written in block letters that looked familiar. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. old and yellowed, folded twice. Third night, it said. That's all. The handwriting was mine. I stared at it so long the edges went blurry. When I finally looked away, I noticed a faint scorch mark on my sleeve, shaped like the rim of a kettle. I didn't smoke. I hadn't been near an open flame in weeks. I threw the letter out that night, but the next morning, it was back on my kitchen table. Dry, unwrinkled, same fold lines. I burned it in the sink, watched the paper curl and blacken, watched ash swirl up the vent. But the smell, the same pine and metal tang, clung to the air for hours. I moved apartments after that. New place, new start. No more mountains. No more snow. But sometimes, especially when the temperature drops, I still wake to the sound of something scraping faintly in the walls. Once, half asleep, I reached for the kettle on my stove, thinking to make tea. It was already hot. Steam curled upward, slow and steady, though I hadn't turned the burner on. I backed away, whispering to myself that it wasn't real, it couldn't be. But even now, months later, I remember the way the handle burned my hand when I touched it, and the small indentation at the bottom, where letters were stamped into the metal, barely visible through soot. Dio naut uo fi. That's how I know the cabin's still out there. Maybe not standing. Maybe not in any place you can find on a map. But something about that night, that storm. The moment I crawled through that window, something opened between places that were supposed to stay closed. And I was the one who forced it. The last time I saw snow, real snow, I was at a gas station outside Albany mid-April, freak cold snap. I stepped out to pump gas, and the air smelled faintly of smoke. I turned toward the tree line, and for just a second, through the blur of falling flakes, I saw a glow between the branches. Orange, flickering. When I blinked, it was gone. Only a wisp of vapor rising into the wind, fading upward until it vanished into the clouds. I drove off without waiting for change. Haven't been north since. People always talk about fire as destruction, how it takes what it touches. But they forget the other part. Fire doesn't just consume. It invites, it opens, it asks for air. And somewhere near Mount Mansfield, in a clearing no map records, the air is still answering. Sometimes at night I hear it again. That faint hiss like water beginning to boil, just behind the walls. And when I check, when I lean close enough to listen, I can almost make out the whisper that rises through the hiss. It's not a threat, not even a plea. Just a quiet, familiar voice saying my name, over and over, waiting.